Yo, 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 come on in, come on in. We got to cover this Clinton, testimony against, the Epstein situation. We got to get into it. So yesterday, Hillary Clinton did her testimony behind closed, it was a closed-in session, but they will be releasing the video of that, I think, latest next week. So we will be covering, you know, uh, when they release the videos and the transcripts on both of these hearings. So yesterday, Hillary, testified about Epstein, and then today Clinton is testifying um, about his affiliation with Epstein. But yesterday after the hearing, Hillary Clinton did a press conference, which we're gonna get into right now. We're gonna play this press conference, whatever. Please make sure y'all like this video, subscribe if you haven't, and we're gonna go ahead and get into it. All right, let me press.
Well, I'm not going to do it again. They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said toward the end, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Madam Secretary, can I ask? James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask, why was Ghislaine Maxwell invited to your daughter Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010? She'd already been mentioned in a civil lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre before that. Jeffrey Epstein had already been convicted before that.
She came as the +1, the guest of someone who was invited.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
What message does it say that
I don't know when the video will be out. I don't know when the transcript will be out. We've asked that they be out as quickly as possible, and then you can see everything. Thank you. Questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance, but whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a challenge in the beginning because we had agreed upon rules based on the fact it was going to be a closed hearing at their demand, and one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate other of our agreements. So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would be broken going forward. And we
See, they trying to control the situation with the questioning, and because we all know the Clintons knew Epstein. We seen Bill on flights all over the world with Jeffrey Epstein. He's all in the files, flight logs, tons of pictures with Epstein. So it's like, what's the point of this? What's them testifying if nothing is being exposed? Like that's my thing. Like, what's the point of this? I mean, so they I feel like they basically wasting the people time by even having this hearing with the Clintons, because they're not going to say anything. And even if they was involved with something, they're not going to reveal that. So I feel like all this is smoke and mirrors. It's all is still a distraction from to take away from the real people who also is involved that's still out here operating. Like we always say that these people out here are still operating. No one's went to jail behind this Epstein files being released. People have got arrested, yeah, but has anyone has been arrested to the point where they're being prosecuted for the crimes that they committed? No, no one is being prosecuted, charged with anything. So what's the point of all this? Like they wasting our time with this. But we do want to hear what's being said in there. Yes, yes, we do want to hear what's being said behind closed doors. And the question, because we know it's a shit show. We know it's a show they putting on for us, but we still want to hear because we able to still, you know, have our own, make our own discernments about what's being said in these hearings and call out the bullshit. You know what I mean? So that's basically what we're doing. We want to hear what's going on so we can call it out. Like, nah, that don't sound right. That lying. Because we seen like how you don't know Jeffrey Epstein, Hillary Clinton, when there's pictures of y'all together. There's pictures of y'all together. Your husband flew all around the world with this man for years. Your husband was friends with this man for years. You mean to tell me you didn't know Epstein, but but your husband was friends with this man since the 80s, since the late 80s, early 90s? That don't make sense. See, everybody see it's all coming out, and now everybody trying to scatter like roaches. Oh yeah, like with Trump. Trump knew Epstein since the 80s. Now oh, that guy Epstein, he's a creep. Oh, we still talking about this Epstein guy? He's been dead for like come on now. Y'all we see, you know what I mean, like our eyes are not deceiving us. So you mean to tell me this whole operation been going on and only two people been arrested? I mean, well, charged and actually put in jail with Epstein, one being dead and the other one still, supposedly being in jail. I'm gonna say supposedly on both of those. One is supposedly dead and supposedly being in jail because we still don't even know the full truth about that. I mean, we were speculating that these people was not even dead. Like because when they did that deposition with Ghislaine Maxwell, that didn't look, that was a whole different person. That wasn't Ghislaine. That was not Ghislaine that did that deposition where the last week. That wasn't her. Nah. Mm-mm. That was a whole complete other person. So yeah, yeah. This I feel like this is a waste of time to the people. Like we want people arrested. Like this is crimes against humanity. There's still trafficking going on. It's still people that got away with crimes. Like people need to be going to jail behind this. Like how can something so dark and evil as the Epstein files get exposed like this and no one went to jail? That is crazy to me. So who was Epstein and Ghislaine trafficking to if there's no client list supposedly? Then who the hell was they trafficking to themselves? That doesn't make any sense. But now we seeing monarchs over there getting arrested, Prince Andrew, Lord whatever the hell his name is, and all these other people in Norway getting arrested behind the misconduct. But check this out. They only getting arrested for giving Epstein information. They're not being arrested on their involvement in the pedophilia and the sex trafficking and all that. They're being arrested based off the providing Epstein information. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense. These people need to be in jail, thrown under the jail. And some people need to be held for treason too. Like our own government, people need to be held for treason because this is, you got to realize this Epstein shit is not a left or right matter. This is a global network that took place that's still taking place now. It's a global network, so it needs to be treated as such. Yeah, it's different people from different countries involved, and yeah, each people within those other countries in this country needs to be arrested. Yeah, it's mention of torture in there. Um, you have, people giving their testimonies about, murders that happened and 13-year-old children, and like it's a lot of dark shit came out of them files. And that's not even all of it. They just gave us what they wanted the public to know, because they know people was putting pressure on them about the Epstein files ever since the shit came out. But they basically scaled through the whole files, removed all the people out of there they wanted to protect, removed all the evidence out of there, and gave us what they gave us. And it was so much that they still couldn't even, you know, they had to go back and try to sneak and remove other shit that slipped out. Like people actually caught them, you know, redacting a lot of shit and taking a lot of shit back out of the files that they released, because it was so much that some other shit got out and the people already caught it and exposed it. And when they went back to go look for, you know, the file, it was gone. It makes no sense. This is crazy. This should make no sense. So we are starting to see the unfold. And the thing about it, the things that's unfolding is for the general populations. Um, it's like one of them things of what the people going to do about it, because these officials and people like this is not going to arrest themselves for the crimes you know what I mean? The people that's supposed to be doing something about it is not going to arrest themselves. So I believe all this darkness and shit with this is being unfolded for people to start deciding how they're going to move now. Are we still going to support these people? This is like God giving us signs of the wicked when the scriptures talk about wickedness in high places. Yes, this is signs that there's so much wickedness in high places that is leaking out to the public. So how the public is going, this is basically like a test to us. We didn't ask for none of this shit. You know what I mean? We didn't ask for none of this. Like, you gotta realize, like, a lot of this stuff that's happening, our tax dollars going to these operations. Our tax dollars are feeding this system that's creating all this darkness. And they've been getting away with it for decades upon decades and still getting away with it. Our money is still, right now, is funding this operation. So I believe all this shit is being, exposed, basically for the people to decide what they want to do with this, because, and I think the people should start waking up to this shit. They trying to do as much, damage control as they can by doing a lot of this stupid shit like this with Clintons and testimonies and all this stupid ass shit to take the focus off, you know what I mean, what we really need to be paying attention to. These people are these people are PDFs, sex traffickers, drug traffickers. Like right now, as we speak, somebody's getting trafficked. A child is being trafficked by these wicked individuals. So now it's going to be up to the people to decide what they're going to do with this. How the people is going to handle this globally. Globally, this is not just an American thing. This is a global thing that's happening. You got Sultans over there in Dubai stepping down from their CEO positions. based off the fact that they was in the Epstein files. You have monarchs over there in, you know, in England and Norway and, you know, like all over the globe. You heard that, you know, Epstein admit that he was recruited by the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and to join the Trilateral Commission. Now the Trilateral Commission that's a global, I mean, that's a global organization, which Epstein was a part of. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically like China, UK, and America, the Trilateral Commission. And the thing about it, these groups been exposed a long time ago. Like it's certain, you know, people that exposed that shit back in, you know, the '90s, late '90s, 2000s, about the Bilderberg Group and the Trilateral Commission and how they operate. It's just crazy. This is crazy. I'm waiting for bro to pop on, y'all, cause he gonna pop on at 10:30. But I told him I was going live to kick it off because we're trying to cover this uh Hillary Clinton. So Isaiah Curry will be popping in on here. This shit is real, man. Like I don't understand like how we're like our eyes are not deceiving us. This shit is real. And they're trying to do as much damage control as they can and much distractions that they can, you know what I mean, to basically take the focus off that these individuals need to be locked the fuck up and put behind put under the jail. You know what I'm saying? So our government sold our asses out a long time ago. Yeah, please make sure y'all like this video, share it. Matter of fact, I gotta share it again on X real quick. Let me see if there's any more, you know, Hillary gotta say in this.
Returned to answer questions repetitively, literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices.
But your husband did.
So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was...
Where them emails at, Hillary? We ain't trying to hear that. Where those Hillary emails at that was supposed to get exposed? And had Pizzagate and all that shit. They was, come on now. They was all wrapped up in the Pizzagate stuff. Her emails was supposed to get exposed, and this the orange man with the broom straw hair in the White House. Remember that was his whole campaign when he was running up against Hillary, saying yeah he was going to expose the emails to make her, you know, reveal the emails, and basically she was going to be, you know, basically trying to say she was going to be outed based off the emails, and he was going to, you know, take action against her about that. But nah, they all be in cahoots with each other. They do that shit. They put on the show in front of us. They do the old great bait and switch with us. You know what I mean? Bait us into some shit so they can get the vote, and then they, you know, they switch up once they get in there. Hey, this shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy.
Propagated on the internet that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me.
Facts.
So I can only say that the best exchange that I had came at the very end, when, contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member asked any questions about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to anyone else they have deposed. And in fact, the Republican members didn't even show up for the deposition of Les Wexner. And when I said that,
Yeah, that's a
I
whole
had
nother
to point out that the only questions that any Republican member asked of any of the people they deposed was of former Attorney General Bill Barr when Chairman Comer asked him about the allegations, in his view, about Russia's involvement in my election in 2016. So at the very end of this hearing, after I made that point, I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was a reassuring way to end a very long, repetitive deposition.
Madam Secretary.
You spoke in your opening remarks about how heartbroken you have been for the Epstein survivors as these files have come out. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you have processed and reacted to the fact that the former president, your husband, Bill Clinton, is referenced in the Epstein files numerous times, including in some photos featuring women? And how have you been personally preparing for the deposition that is coming tomorrow? Are you 100% confident that there isn't anything that the former president knows about Epstein's crimes?
I am, and I think the chronology of the connection that he had with Epstein ended several years before anything about Epstein's criminal activities came to light, and that he was charged and sadly given a sweetheart deal, which, as I said in my statement, had that not happened, perhaps his predatory behavior could have been stopped earlier. But I think it is fair to say that the vast majority of
Hold on, though. His predatory, it could have been stopped early. But your husband, man, your husband was friends with this guy. Like, that don't make sense. You was Secretary of the State at the time, Secretary of State at the time Epstein was still operating. You see how they be trying to just try to pull wool over our eyes? Your husband was friends with this man. Y'all basically did business with this man. And you saying it could have been done much earlier? You didn't had a whole other administrations, come forward at the time that this man was still operating. So that's throughout the Clinton administration, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, then Trump again. Like, come on now. This is crazy.
people who had contact with him before his criminal pleas in 2008 were like most people. They did not know what he was doing.
She lying.
And I think that that is exactly what my husband will testify to tomorrow.
You lie.
Madam Secretary, can I ask? Why was Ghislaine Maxwell?
Do you
Why
believe
was
that this was
Ghislaine-
a fair? Do you believe this was a fair hearing? And do you still want to testify publicly, even though you gave this deposition?
Oh, I'm not going to do it again. They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Madam Secretary, can I ask? Yeah, James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask, why was Ghislaine Maxwell invited to your daughter Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010? She'd already been mentioned in a civil lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre before that. Jeffrey Epstein had already been convicted before that.
She came as the +1, the guest of someone who was invited.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any
She's a lot, yo. She
connection
is
or
a
communication
liar.
with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance, but whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee.
Yeah, she's lying. She's such a liar. What your husband did. What your husband did. And I believe she, man, no, it's not. No, it's not because it was in the Epstein files.
Yo,
Yo, what up? What up, bro?
you got the audio is off.
It is?
Yeah,
The audio's off? Oh, snap.
yeah.
Why y'all ain't tell me? Y'all, why y'all ain't tell me in the chat? Y'all had me thinking the audio was playing. Y'all tripping.
Yo.
Yeah. Can you hear
Gotta
me?
put that. I can hear you, but
Okay.
can't hear
All
Killer.
right, yeah, let me bring it. Let me stop it. Oh shit, I don't know why the background changed like that. Hold on.
Yeah, can't hear Killery at all.
All right, back to the background. Back to the background. All right. All right, let me reshare this again. I'm thinking the audio is playing, so let me bring it back.
No, you gave this.
All right, y'all
Well,
let me
I'm
know if
not
you
going
can hear
to do it again.
There
No
you go.
chance to do it in
Okay.
public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I
right,
thought it was
thank y'all.
very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Madam Secretary, can I ask? Yeah, James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask, why was Ghislaine Maxwell invited to your daughter Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010? She'd already been mentioned in a civil lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre before that. Jeffrey Epstein had already been convicted before that.
She came as the +1, the guest of someone who was invited.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
What message does it say that?
I don't know when the video will be out. I don't know when the transcript will be out. We've asked that they be out as quickly as possible, and then you can see everything. Thank you. Questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any
You liar!
with him.
Right,
I
she
knew
lying like a mother.
Ghislaine Maxwell
Yeah.
casually,
Hillary sitting up
acquaintance.
there lying like
But whatever
a mother.
they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a challenge in the beginning because we had agreed upon rules based
She's more of a
on
liar than Jim Carrey.
closed
Hell
hearing
yeah.
at their demand, and one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they
means
might
when she say
violate
that,
other
that means
of
somebody
our
went off
agreements.
script.
So we had to
Saying that,
cease the hearing for a period of time until
saying that means somebody in there went off script and asked her something that wasn't part of, because they're gonna control the questions. You know what I mean? They're gonna control the questions that's being, presented to the Clintons. So with her saying that makes me think somebody asked her something off the, out of the script, basically.
And
they
if
had
somebody do that, already know what's gonna happen. People gonna end
right
up missing, and people gonna get fired and end up
fired
missing.
first, right? All right, hold on, let me switch over to the coverage because we're getting some coverage here. Hold on, I think we're getting some coverage. All right,
is
here we go.
committed to
Let me
getting
know if y'all can hear me.
answers. We're committed to transparency.
Up.
We've already seen a lot of very powerful.
All right, let me bring it back because we bring back some. All right. Oh shit.
Be able to do as we did yesterday and continue to bring some of the most powerful people in the world in to answer questions. Again, no one's accusing anyone of any wrongdoing, but I think the American people have a lot of questions, and our House Oversight Committee is committed to getting answers. We're committed to transparency. We've already seen a lot of very powerful people who have been held accountable by having to resign in disgrace from various boards all over the world. We're going to continue to seek the truth, try to figure out how the government failed the victims, and try to hopefully hold more people accountable. That's what the purpose of this investigation is. I will say this, it's very difficult to get people in for these depositions that of great power and great wealth. And I used yesterday and today as an example. It took 7 months to get the Clintons in here, but we've got them in here, and we look forward to asking lots of questions that I think any curious media outlet in America would have. Yesterday, Ms. Clinton deferred a lot of questions to her husband today. There were at least a dozen times when she said, "You'll have to ask my husband that. I can't answer that." So we already had a big portfolio of questions for him, and that increased yesterday. So we look forward to that. We'll be happy to answer a couple of questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Chad.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Explain to us specifically what you need to hear from President Clinton today. What do you want to know?
Well, I think everyone's seen there are a lot of photos that have been released by the Department of Justice as well as the Epstein estate. There are a lot of email correspondence that included President Clinton. We know President Clinton had, and Secretary Clinton confirmed this yesterday, Jeffrey Epstein was in the White House 17 times while Bill Clinton was president. We know that Bill Clinton flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane at least 27 times. So those are questions that we're going to ask. Everything that most media outlets have reported with respect to pictures and correspondence between Epstein, Maxwell, and Bill Clinton. These are all questions that we're going to ask today. Yeah.
Yesterday, you both told me that you were planning on asking about an email that Howard Lutnick sent to Jeffrey Epstein, I presume about a Hillary Clinton fundraiser. I think that was the one. If he's worth asking about, is he not worth asking in to talk about what he might know?
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting when we hopefully get that video out later today or tomorrow as quick as we can get it out. I think it'll be interesting what Hillary Clinton said about Howard Lutnick.
And how she said it.
And how she said it. We looked, I think that was Miss Mace with the line of questioning. So there was a pretty thorough line of questioning yesterday between Miss Mace and Miss Clinton with respect to Lutnick. And I think you all find it very interesting what she had to say. But we're going to continue to ask questions of everyone that shows up in photos on the island and things like that. Yes.
For the former secretary.
I will be asking for him. Yes.
You will.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we've heard from Secretary Clinton after her deposition. She described the session as repetitive. She said it veered off topic. She was asked about things like UFOs, Pizzagate. Can you explain why those topics were brought up, also in light of the release of that photo?
And she also said there were substantive questions yesterday too. But one reason there were repetitive questions about Epstein is because we went through every email and every correspondence that implied Hillary Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein communicated often. You all have seen the email where he said that she looks better in person and all of that. Those were questions we asked. So every item of evidence that would suggest Hillary Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein had a close relationship, we went and asked about that. So it may have seemed repetitive because there was a lot of documentation that would suggest that she had a relationship with Epstein.
And
so go ahead.
Clear, Secretary Clinton actually asked about the NDAA. Sorry.
Go ahead.
To be clear, Secretary Clinton actually asked us about what happened with the disclosure language in the NDAA. So, I mean, I know she's trying to pivot from the fact that she's here and she had a very close relationship regarding the Clinton Foundation and Epstein and Maxwell. But the point is, and I think I'd like to hit on this with probably Miss Mace here. But I think we have a very important interest in curiosity about what specifically the co-conspirators had a role in all this, right? We know for a fact that some of these were women. And I think that today, at least with my line of questioning, I'm curious about that. Why is it that these women were given plea deals as adults for trafficking minors? How much of that did they witness, et cetera? And so, I don't know that Secretary Clinton was all that honest about the context of this investigation. We asked extensively about intelligence ties, whether or not she felt that she was targeted as a result of possibly an intelligence gathering operation. And she was very curiously interested in that. And then also, you'll hear it in the response, but had told us to follow up with a few countries, one of which is our ally. So that's interesting.
And I think Miss Luna brought up a good point about the Clinton Foundation. There's so many examples in the evidence the Department of Justice released in correspondence where Epstein bragged about how involved he was initially in setting up the Clinton Global Initiative and the Clinton Foundation. We asked those questions to Secretary Clinton yesterday, and she kept saying, well, she was in the Senate at that time. She wasn't focused on it. You'll have to ask my husband. So a lot of the Clinton Global Initiative questions yesterday went unanswered because Ms. Clinton deferred to her husband. So we'll do one more question. Annie, go ahead.
It's our understanding that you guys asked Secretary Clinton yesterday about photos of her husband in the Epstein files. What was her reaction when you showed various photos, for example, of her husband in the jacuzzi that we've seen? I'm gonna let Miss Mace answer that. We're on TV.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything. No, she didn't want to answer any questions about any of that and deferred most of those, if not all of those questions, to her husband, and he will be thoroughly asked about that today. What did he know? When did he know? What did he see? Because there are other people who've come forward publicly, like Kevin Spacey, who thought all of this was very strange and actually a very high risk for a president of the United States or former president. It's all very bizarre, but I asked her very pointed questions, and you'll see that in the transcript in the video that comes out, and you'll see how she responded as well, screaming.
And we'll close with this. We're going to get the video out as quickly as we can get it uploaded in the sound and everything from yesterday. So this is, for all practical purposes, a public deposition. The American people are going to see it. I've heard C-SPAN's going to air it wire to wire. So everyone's going to see what was asked yesterday. And I think that'll answer a lot of questions, especially with Lutnick and other things like that. Throughout the day, we'll try to send different members out to give you brief updates. We don't want to disclose what's going on in the deposition specifically until at the conclusion, but we'll keep you updated, and we appreciate everyone being here and look forward to updating you throughout the day. Thank you all.
What do you mean that Hillary Clinton was screaming?
She was unhinged, and I hope that President Clinton is less unhinged today
So
than
she
his wife was
crashed out,
yesterday.
basically.
You'll see it.
So they basically saying she crashed out because they asked her a question that was off script and she crashed out up in there. Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, that's what happened. You know what I mean? But I feel like that this is all. I feel like that some people are. You know what I mean? Because you can't say everybody in on it. Everybody in that's going along with this Epstein shit. That'd be crazy to say that everybody is in on it. I believe there are a fashion of the people that want to get people out the way because everybody's shit getting moved around. Positions is getting moved around. People getting moved out the way so other people can step up. So yeah, that type of game being played like that is just people that's in position trying to get other people out of position so they can step up and be in position. If that makes sense to y'all.
Total
Do you
sense.
catch
Yeah,
my meaning?
they
Catch
moving
my
people
meaning?
around. They moving people around like it's a chess game.
Yeah, right. New. It's like the changing of the guards, basically. Changing of the guards.
Some wild times we
Yeah,
in.
because there's a lot of people that want to be in certain positions that no Diddy pause. There's certain people that want to be in positions that other people was in during the time Epstein was operating. But the thing about it is there is a new Epstein. There the idea of Epstein is he's just a face. Let's get that clear. Epstein is just a face. That organization of what he represented is still going on. So it's other people that want to be in that position, like a Epstein and the rest of the people that was in cahoots with this shit.
So the Epstein stuff is more so like an office, and
Yeah,
Epstein was just a manager who can be
right,
replaced
right,
with
right.
somebody else, and they already replaced them already.
They replacing
So
all these positions,
so
right?
while we're talking right now, that pedal ring is still operating as we speak right now.
Yeah,
While they got us focused on Epstein,
yeah,
it's crazy.
yeah. That's crazy, bro. Yes. Hold on, we got some more news coverage. I'm just trying to see if we got any more coverage out here. Let me see.
And they had us focused on Diddy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
right.
Diddy ain't nowhere near no Epstein.
No.
Diddy wasn't nowhere near no Epstein. Diddy dealt with more so people in the industry.
Yeah, and that's a whole nother thing
Epstein
too, right?
Epstein dealt with world leaders
Right.
and government officials and execs like of major corporations and all that.
Exactly.
A bunch of billionaires.
Right.
So it's like You gotta think about it. They will only let somebody like Diddy get so far anyway.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let him. They wouldn't let him manage no whole operation like they did Epstein. Plus, Epstein was
Oh, hold on, y'all.
intelligence agency,
I think we got more
intelligence
coverage.
officer.
Hold on, y'all. Let me pull this up. Got some
Epstein
more
was
coverage.
definitely an intelligence officer for sure.
All right.
Leader of the Oversight Committee
Let me know
for
if y'all can hear me.
Democrats,
Good.
and we're going to make some brief.
Yep.
Okay.
Everyone's got a few brief remarks, and then we're going to start the deposition. Want to just begin by just saying that what we're interested in today is a serious deposition. We have real questions that deserve serious answers from former President Clinton. And we have said from day one that Democrats want to talk to anyone, whether they are a Republican or a Democrat, no matter how powerful they are, whatever position that they've been in. If anyone has information about Jeffrey Epstein and certainly the horror that he inflicted on so many women and children, we want to hear from them. What we do not want today is a sideshow and questions about UFOs or about conspiracy theories from decades ago, which is what unfortunately happened yesterday when a series of bizarre questions were asked of Secretary Clinton. And Secretary Clinton was clear. She never met Jeffrey Epstein. She never went on the island. She was never on the plane.
But her
She had
husband
no
was.
knowledge, of course, of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Want to also add that there are a lot of questions today, whether they're about Epstein's finances, about survivors, about foreign intelligence, that we look forward to asking in a way that's serious and dignified, and we hope Republicans do the same. I also want to add one other thing, which I think is really important. Republicans have now set a new precedent, which is to bring in presidents and former presidents to testify. So we're once again going to make that call that we did yesterday. We are now asking and demanding that President Trump officially come in and testify in front of the Oversight Committee. He appears in the Epstein files next to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell almost more than anybody else. So it's time for the president to answer questions about why files are missing from the DOJ, why there's been a White House cover-up, and why we continue in that administration to call this investigation a hoax. And finally, I'll review the call that we made yesterday that we are demanding, again, that the press and the public be allowed inside the depositions so that you can hear the answers and the questions directly. And if that's not going to happen, they need to release a full, unedited review of the questions and video within 24 hours of the end of these depositions. That means the Secretary Clinton deposition needs to be released immediately today. And with that, I'll pass it along to Mr. Frost.
Thank you so much. Today, we're here to conduct a serious investigation. And it is obvious that our Republican colleagues, at least yesterday, were not here to do the same thing. We've said it many times and we'll continue to say it again. We will hear from anyone. We don't care who you are. We just want the truth. All of us have met with the survivors. All of us looked them in the eyes and promised them that we would see this thing through the end and do it in a serious way. Asking questions about UAPs, UFOs, as interested as I am in the subject too, it has nothing to do with this investigation. Don't waste our time. Don't waste the time of survivors who have been waiting and waiting for justice. Now, finally, the government is paying attention. Members of Congress are paying attention. Stay focused on the matter at hand. We're also calling out the hypocrisy of our Republican colleagues who, yes, we're here to talk with President Clinton today. We'll talk with anyone. But how come people like Howard Lutnick, it seems like they don't want to talk with him. They don't want to talk with the president. They don't want to call in Pam Bondi, who has done everything that she can do to cover up and to slow down our investigation. A law passed by Congress damn near unanimously that she's done everything she can to slow down the release of the files. And even when they're released, and they said members of Congress would be able to go to the Department of Justice to view them unredacted. I know all of us, if not most of us, have gone in there and seen files that are still redacted and not given a proper explanation as to why we can't view them. We know the Department of Justice has deleted things having to do with Donald Trump, has deleted things having to do with Howard Lutnick and people connected to the administration. We know that Pam Bondi has been spying on members of Congress as we've been trying to conduct our legitimate oversight
Used for blackmail.
responsibilities.
They're used for
So
blackmail.
we're here to see this through. We're here because we know that this is about justice for the survivors, but justice also means that this never happens again. That's why this investigation is so important. We don't want this failure of government, this failure of elite billionaires getting away with a different system of justice. We don't want this to happen again. And that's why we're here today. We are serious about this. And my hope is that my Republican colleagues who say they're serious about it, back it
This
up with
government fell centuries ago.
questions you have here today, but what you do from here on out. It's not about party. It's about this nation. It's about protecting our most vulnerable people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm James Walkinshaw from
This country don't protect nothing but a billionaire's
I'm
ass
glad
head.
that President Clinton is going to sit down today with us and answer questions under oath. Anybody who had a significant relationship with Jeffrey Epstein should explain what, if anything, and when they knew about the crimes that were being committed. President Clinton's sworn statement said that he had no knowledge of the crimes that were committed, and I know that we're committed to asking tough questions about that today. But President Clinton's presence here today under oath highlights the Donald Trump-sized gaping hole in Chairman Comer's investigation. President
use
Trump
that
is
terminology.
mentioned tens of thousands of times in the files. We learned in recent days that files related to an accusation made against President Trump have been removed, not released to the public in the files. And this investigation will not be complete until we bring President Trump in to answer questions under oath. I'm hopeful that Chairman Comer will have the courage to move us in that direction. Thank you.
I'm Congressman Suhas Subramanian from Virginia's 10th District.
Losers.
We're going to ask
Slackers.
President Clinton the hard questions today. We're going to get to the truth about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But let's be real, we're talking to the wrong president today. President Trump is the one who has not released 2.5 million files. President Trump is the one who is blocking our investigation. President Trump is the one who wants this to go away, but it will not go away. And so, yes, we will talk to President Clinton today. But moving forward, this needs to be not about party, but about getting to the truth and getting justice for the survivors.
Congressman Wesley Bell here. I'm sorry, these glasses go dark on me. First and foremost, I think what is getting lost in much of this is that this is about justice for the victims and the survivors. And we can't forget that. This is not political theater, which Republicans seem to be interested in. This is about getting to the bottom of exactly what happened and holding those responsible accountable. And that's exactly what we're here to do. And so we're going to continue to keep pushing Republicans to do the right thing. We need to see anyone who has information with respect to the Epstein files or this sex trafficking. They need to be brought before this committee, and we need to have a serious investigation. And I've said it before, as a former prosecutor, I've led these types of investigations, and this has not been a serious investigation by any stretch of the imagination. The American people want to see justice served. The victims and the survivors deserve justice.
Good morning, Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari from
It's definitely
Arizona's 3rd
political
District.
theater.
I am grateful that we are here
Right.
day 2 of these depositions with Secretary Clinton and President Bill Clinton. We've always said we will take answers from anyone and nobody is above congressional oversight. But let's be absolutely honest about something. If the Republicans want to be serious about this investigation and getting to the truth and accountability for perpetrators, then we have to look to the most powerful person in the United States and the world, which is President Donald Trump. He is mentioned in the Epstein files more than almost anyone. And just this week, incredibly damning reporting came out to say that there were credible allegations from a woman who said that she was abused by Donald Trump when she was a minor. The FBI investigated this and interviewed this individual multiple times. You do not do that if it is not serious. Further, we need to investigate the ongoing White House cover-up. We know that the Department of Justice has been withholding files. They have been making illegal redactions. The FBI and Kash Patel have been lying under oath. All of these people need to be deposed before this committee. We need to take this investigation seriously. There are more than 1,000 people who were harmed by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and many other rich and powerful people, children whose lives were literally altered forever at the hands of this abuse. This is very serious. And I think the fact that some of the Republicans on the Oversight Committee feel that it is appropriate to make statements to say that President Trump is somehow exonerated. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna said this last night. That is the most outrageous thing that I have ever heard. Donald Trump needs to come before this committee, and we will not stop fighting until we get the truth and there's accountability and justice for the survivors.
I'm Ro Khanna from California. I want to echo what all of my colleagues said. A new precedent has been set in America today. Before this, we had the Trump rule. Trump defied, as all of you know, a congressional subpoena with the January 6th committee. He said presidents don't have to testify. Now we have the Clinton rule, which is that presidents and their families have to testify when Congress issues a subpoena. And that means that Donald Trump needs to come before our committee and explain what he knew about
I agree.
Epstein and explain
Clinton
why
do,
we
Trump
have
do
not
too.
had a full release
No matter
of
how
the
much
documents.
political theater it
We
is.
also need other people, part of the Epstein class, to come before this committee. If President Clinton can answer questions, many others need to as well. I was pleased to see Congresswoman Nancy Mace today calling for Howard Lutnick to come before our committee. I believe we will have the votes to subpoena him, and we will work with Ranking Member Garcia to make sure that he comes before our committee next.
A couple questions.
Ain't nothing gonna be done, even if Trump did come before that committee.
Right.
Let's be real, y'all.
But the former president say he never went. You mentioned Howard Lutnick several times. We know that he claims to cut off ties with Epstein, but then was found to have visited the island. So who do you believe, Virginia Jeffrey or President Bill Clinton?
Those questions are actually going to be asked today in this deposition. So we look forward to those questions.
Just a short time ago, your Republican colleagues said that there was some type of exchange yesterday with the secretary where she was screaming. What is your characterization of what happened?
I hope that the Republicans release the actual video unedited immediately, because to say that the secretary was screaming, I think is beyond a mischaracterization. What happened yesterday was a disgrace. To be asking about UFOs, Pizzagate, conspiracy theories, you yourself are going to see the types of questions that she was asked to defend her husband, not directly to her, not information about her. I think they need to release the videos right now. You should all be let in.
Conspiracy theory. That's a CIA psyop.
Right.
By President Clinton appearing here today as it relates to President Trump. Is the way that President Clinton answers these questions today also setting a precedent if he invokes executive privilege or says he doesn't remember? Could that set the stage for President Trump to do a similar situation?
I think it was telling that Secretary Clinton did not take the fifth one time yesterday. She answered the questions. That information needs to be released. I think it's important that President Clinton do the same. I think he will answer questions today. I think that President Trump needs to man up, get in front of this committee, and answer the questions and stop calling this investigation a hoax. And we've got to go in. Thank you all very much.
Congressman Connor.
Yeah, you know they gonna ask some questions about the Pizzagate and all that, but that's crazy how Hillary tried to deny about the Pizzagate. Just she's saying it being a conspiracy theory, but Pizzagate and all that was mentioned in the Epstein file. It's just crazy.
Pizzagate
Right.
shit was in Hillary's emails.
Yeah, emails, right?
So how is that a theory?
Right. Hillary would refuse to they refused to release those emails because we will probably see similarities of the Epstein shit. How much I bet you Epstein is in the Hillary Clinton emails? How much you bet Epstein is in there?
Those are the files that got removed.
Facts. That's the connection right there, bro. That's the connection. Hillary Clinton's emails coincides with the Epstein files. We need
Right.
y'all to understand that.
Right.
And that was what taken out of that file. Part of what was taken out of that file was those Hillary Clinton emails.
Yeah, because Epstein was using the same lingo like Hillary was in her emails.
Exactly.
You could they all part of the same gang, but Trump is a part of that gang too.
Trump is a
That's
part
the
of the
crazy.
gang, right?
That's the crazy part. That's what I'm saying. This is all scripted out, y'all.
And they made sure they took
They're
all Trump
all
emails
against
out of
us.
there. Right. They made sure they took all the Trump emails out of there.
Yeah, they protecting a lot of people. There's a lot of people on the client list that's being protected right now. You ain't gonna never hear their names. Yeah, they
Until they
definitely
ready
combed
to
through those
extend them.
files.
Right.
They definitely combed through those files, and they erased a lot of those files that would implicate a lot of people, a lot of powerful
Right.
people. We gotta stop being naive. These people are not gonna slap the cuffs on themselves. They
No.
could come before these committees all day. Nothing is still gonna get done. This is just all theater. The American
True.
people have to do something. You see,
That's right.
you see both sides of the government is keep pointing the fingers at each other. So they each side gonna say, "Oh, that side's guilty. No, that side's guilty," and we just gonna be left here in injustice. No justice is going to be, and kids are still going to end up missing. Women still going to be abused. People still going to be taken out. You know what I mean? People still going to be trafficked, and we still sitting back waiting for them to slap the cuffs on themselves. They're not going to do that. The American people have to step up. We all collectively have to step up. Well, don't pay no taxes. Don't contribute to anything. Everything needs to be shut down. The American people need to shut everything down until some justice is made.
Right.
Seriously.
The American people. That's what I explained earlier before you came on. I said
Yeah.
that all this stuff is being revealed based on the people having to make a decision because these people are not going to prosecute themselves. So I believe all this is a test to the public, to the people, because not everybody, the people is not going along. We didn't ask for this shit, basically. Like, so this is a wake up. This is a wake up call to the people that these wicked individuals are the ones that's making decisions about our lives on a daily basis. Like when they sitting up in high positions making decisions on the world and shit.
And just think how much taxes, like we're paying our taxes to these pedos.
Facts.
Like people, you working hard, like you going to work hard, 14-hour, 8-hour, 14-hour, 16-hour shifts, and you paying all this tax dollars to these pedos and these human traffickers. Because I'm telling you right now, majority of these government officials are guilty. I'm gonna be real with y'all. It's like they kept that power structure in place and made sure they had dirt on each other by using people like Epstein. So just in case, so nobody gets out of line. So we sitting here paying, we giving them our cooperation, we giving them our money, we giving them our kids. Every time we sign our kids up to these school systems and all this type of stuff, and giving them the birth certificates and all that, we bowing down to this system of pedos and murderers and traffickers. Like the people that's behind the system that we all follow every day, they're the worst type of people that to ever walk the planet. So what are we going to do as a people? That's the question. What is we going to do as the general public, knowing that a bunch of creeps running everything? And I don't care. I don't want to hear about your side. I'm Team Trump. I'm Team Hillary. No, man, they both are against you. They both are in them Epstein files. The Clintons are in them Epstein files, and if Hillary ain't in the Epstein files, she got them emails though. Them emails expose her, and then the Benghazi stuff. Like they all corrupt, y'all. I don't care if it's a Republican or Democrat. Both sides are corrupt. Both sides work with people like Epstein. Both sides. Why do you think they could point the fingers at each other? They both right. When Clinton say Trump need to be up here, she's right. When Trump say that the Clintons need to be up there, he's right. There's no more lesser evil. You know how people be like, oh, the way you got to vote for the lesser evil. Well, what happens when both sides work with people like Epstein, kidnapping and human trafficking and abusing kids and hunting parties and all this type of stuff? All that stuff is coming out too. They host hunting parties where they hunt little kids in the forest and taking them out and all this type of stuff. Those ain't no theories. These people are sick because they got all the money in the world, all the power. They bored and they wicked. When you got a bored, wicked rulers, they do stuff like that for entertainment. You could go back in history and see that. You go back in history, look at Emperor Nero or King Nero back in Rome, what he used to do to the religious, to the Christians and all that. He used to put them in the Colosseum to be ripped apart by lions and all this type of stuff, and then he'd light their corpse on fire to basically use them as lanterns for his extravagant dinners. He have actual Christians burning in the gardens, like held up like a lantern to light the damn dinners that he hosted. That's the type of sick individuals we let run this world. So every time you pay your taxes, every time you vote, every time you listen to one of these government politicians, these bureaucrats and all them addressing the nation and giving these false speeches and lying, clearly lying to us, just know that you're giving your energy to these creeps.
That's what you voting for, right?
Yep, that's what you
Yeah.
voting for. Whether you vote left or right, that's what you're voting for. A bunch of pedos, murderers, thieves, con men, traffickers. Yeah, they're all the above. These are creeps that we letting run this place.
Facts. That's why like all this shit is coming to a head, tell you the truth. And a lot of this stuff is being unveiled because it's basically a test to the people. You know what I mean?
God's test. This is God's test to the people.
Right.
Are we gonna be coward? Because the cowardly ain't gonna make it.
Yeah, the coward never makes
The
it.
cowardly never makes it, and the ignorant don't make it. We're destroyed for ignorance.
Yeah.
But we're no longer ignorant because all this stuff is coming out. Now it's based off, are we cowards or not?
Yeah, right.
Because if we all just be cowards and continue to let these people rule, I guess we're gonna get exactly what we deserve. That's how God see it.
Right.
Think
Like
about it.
I'm showing you
I'm
what's
showing you how
going on.
wicked
Right.
these people are. You
Yeah.
still gonna keep paying their taxes? You still gonna keep listening to their laws, their rules that only benefit them? Now, what we gonna do? Like, what we gonna do,
Right.
y'all? What we gonna do now? We know that they not gonna slap the cuffs on themselves. Hillary ain't gonna arrest herself. Trump ain't gonna put the cuffs on himself and walk himself into a black site till Guantanamo Bay. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Cash Patel ain't gonna arrest nobody from Congress. He ain't gonna arrest nobody powerful.
Yeah, he got some wicked
Cash
things
Patel
going on
ain't
himself.
exactly.
Right.
So what are we gonna do now? We just gonna keep obeying this wicked system, huh?
1 2 1 2.
You on 2 or 3?
Right.
All we could do, what we're trying to do our part is inspire people. That's why we have this channel and we getting information out there. We just trying to inspire people to do
Yeah,
different, make
using our
different decisions.
using
Using
our
our
voice
voices.
to make a difference. Like, and that's the thing. People have to start being more vocal about what's going on. You know what I mean? And speaking up. Like it can't one person can't do it. Like one person or one group can't do it. It's gonna have to be like a collective. It's gonna have to be a collective. So we're doing our part by bringing awareness to it, and staying on it and calling this shit out, calling the bullshit out. Because a lot of people just go on their their daily lives, not oblivious to this type of shit. They like, you know what I mean? So we just trying to bring awareness and use our voice and use our platform to bring awareness, as we should.
And we all gotta put our differences aside.
That's the thing,
That's the
right?
key right there with the general public. Everybody need to put their differences aside to attack to get these people out of power.
Right.
Like we gotta stop letting them divide us. Stop letting them divide us into Republicans and Democrats. Stop letting them divide us into Jews and Christians. Stop letting them divide us between the lower class and the upper class and the middle class. Stop letting them divide us, because that's how they keep in power. They have us argue amongst each other saying it's Trump. It ain't Hillary, it's Trump. The people, it ain't Hillary, it ain't Trump, it's Hillary. They gonna have us arguing like that while behind the scenes they on the same team. That's just what it is. And even if they
Right.
not 100% on the same team, they all participating in the same activities,
Yep.
and we just giving our power to them. We got to stop giving our power to
And the
them.
thing is, them being in position where they able to do something about, even if they ain't involved in anything, but they know someone that they know, people that are involved, and they in a position to actually stop shit from happening. They let it happen. So they're just as guilty as the people that's committing the crime. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Just as guilty because you witnessing.
They accessories.
Yeah, accessories to the crime. Right.
Yeah, they accessories. Yeah, if they not doing it themselves, they accessories.
Yep.
And you might got some of them that's just being blackmailed. They know
That's
what's
too.
going on.
That's the other part of it too.
Right.
Right.
They not going to say, even though they know these atrocities are happening, but they're being blackmailed, so they can't say nothing because their dirt will come out too.
Well, then that's the price they're gonna have to pay.
Facts.
Now that's a decision that they're gonna have to make on, do I sacrifice myself to save the lives of others,
Right.
or do I turn a blind eye to this and let it continue? And that's between, and that's between them and their maker. They like, you was in position to make a change, and you decided to basically keep a cover over it because you didn't want to expose yourself. So
Right.
they get whatever they get. That's why I don't feel sorry. If Epstein really is dead, I don't give a shit about that nigga being dead. Hey, he got what he
Right.
that was his fate for the shit that that he was into. Same thing with Ghislaine supposedly being in jail. I'm always start using supposedly when it comes to Epstein being dead, and
Right.
supposedly when it
Right.
comes to Ghislaine being in jail.
Right. Right.
Supposedly.
And we got
So,
there's people out there that's trying to inspire people and wake people up to this. Yeah, I mean, you
right.
got a lot of people out there. I mean, some people will think he's a double agent, but people like Alex Jones,
Yeah, nah, yeah, right.
he been on this for years. You got
Right.
people like Brother Reza Islam. You got Billy Carson out here talking
Yeah.
about it. Yeah, I mean, Candace Owens, but she's kind of suspect sometimes. People are saying, but people are bringing up the corruption, like people with big
Tucker
platforms.
Carlson, yeah,
Right.
he's been right.
I would
And,
say Ye, but Ye just recently he apologized.
yeah, on the entertainment side of things, you got people like Russell Brand,
Right.
like David Icke, people like that, Jordan Maxwell.
Right.
I mean, yeah, people that been over the years that been putting this out over the
Exposing these
years.
creeps.
Right.
And people used to laugh at Alex Jones when he be saying this type of
Yeah.
stuff.
Right.
When he
They
was
used to
saying all
laugh
the
at
stuff
David
that
Icke.
yep,
They
they
used to
was
say
laughing.
David Icke was a conspiracy theorist, and
Yep.
all these people that have been talking about this. And that's the thing that we woke up in that era of when these people was operating at the beginning, like right
Fact.
around the time 9/11 happened. That's
Right.
when we was on our journey to a wake up, like, yo, this shit is crazy. What is going on?
Right. Facts.
That's what led us to a path of digging and researching and connecting the dots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, David
that was
Icke been talking about this since the 80s.
since the 80s.
Yeah, David
Right.
Icke been out there for a minute.
Yep.
These are not conspiracy. We gotta stop using that word conspiracy theories. That's a CIA that came out as a CIA operation to get
Right.
people to say conspiracy theories to basically deflect from the truth. They created that around the time when Kennedy got assassinated.
Right.
they created the term conspiracy theory because it was blatant that the CIA had something to do with Kennedy being killed.
Mhm.
I mean, RFK even exposed that. RFK even said that he seen the CIA in the Oval Office arguing with his uncle and with his dad. So
Yeah, him as a child, right?
yeah, him as a child, RFK Jr. as a child, witnessing the CIA trying to tell his uncle JFK what to do, and JFK resisting. The next thing you know, he got hit up.
He got hit up, and then his brother got hit up.
And then his brother got hit up because his brother didn't agree with the stuff that was going on either. So you see what they do to the people who don't agree. That's why we told y'all that the CIA owns the Oval Office. That's what we was telling you.
I think, and the thing is, I think it's a combination of all these different intelligence agencies with a little bit of Mossad, of course, MI6.
Right,
Like they all got their hands in on America business or
right.
the global. I can't even say America business. Global, the
Global.
global, you know, welfare of the people, basically.
Yeah, it was
And they,
said that Epstein was tied to the Mossad, which
yeah,
is Israeli intelligence, and we know that Israel and United States is in bed together. They two corrupt ass nations. Look how Trump invaded Venezuela, and guess where that oil is going now?
oh, we got to do a live stream on that. Yeah, we
The
gotta.
oil, the
Right.
oil that Trump stole from Venezuela is going to Israel
They
now.
sent all that oil. They sending that oil to
It ain't even
Israel.
coming to the United States.
Right.
He's sending it to Israel. So that goes for all of y'all who supporting Trump. He's a murderer too, man.
Right.
Cause he's definitely in bed with Israel. He definitely supports them 100%. Always have and always will. He's one of
Right.
their guys. Trump is one of their guys. And you see the horrors that they doing over there in Palestine.
Absolutely.
Yes,
But we.
Trump is behind that shit. So Trump is guilty. Hillary is guilty. All of them. I don't even need to name them down the list. Why are we still supporting these people? How could anybody from the general public protect any of these politicians? How? Why are some of us still doing this? Why are we still deflecting, saying that, oh, it's the Republicans that's doing it? No, it's the Democrats that's doing it. When it's both sides. Both sides
Absolutely.
supported Israel over the years. Both administrations, Biden's administration and Trump administration, both sent millions and millions of dollars over there to Israel and helped them with their crimes. So why do we think that they're separate and they're against each other when they're both being controlled by Israel?
Yes. They are literally extracting the money out of America to
Yeah,
fund global operations
the global terrorism
and global
and people like
crime
Epstein.
organizations. Right.
So why are we still supporting these individuals? How can nobody can't even debate this? This is like proven fact.
No, no, it's all at the surface. It's
Right.
all, it's all right in front of our faces. Everything that's coming out is right there. Bang. There's no, they're not even hiding anything. Really, it's all being, brought to the light. All the things that was in the dark is being brought to the light. And now, like I say, now it's on the people to decide what to do. We
We are
can't depend
headed.
on government to help. I mean, we can't
Facts.
depend on government to decide for us. We're going to have to make that decision for ourselves.
Right.
Take the power back. That's basically the people taking their power back.
Right.
And I believe it's going to happen because it always happens. If you look through our history, it's always a reset, and the people end up taking the power back. And
Let's hope.
it's uh,
Let's hope
hope. Ain't but fucking hope. Hope you got this.
that these
I
people
got to do
wake
it.
up though.
Right.
Nigga, we pushing $40 trillion in we
Yeah.
pushing towards $40 trillion in national debt for the United States. Like
Yeah.
what? And they're putting all that stress on the taxpayers. They basically blaming the government is blaming the taxpayers for the debt.
Our government is some narcissist ass people that's running this bunch of goddamn narcissists running this damn country.
narcissists, hypocrites,
Hypocrite,
murderers,
murder,
thieves,
thieves,
con men,
PDFs,
PDFs, traffickers, drug traffickers, human
drug dealers,
traffickers,
right?
yep,
And they specialize in chemical biological warfare because
chemical
they
biological
poisoning our
warfare,
products and our food.
yep,
And I believe that's being done deliberately to keep us
it is,
docile. It's to keep us docile to what's happening. It's to keep us, you know, to basically keep us subdued. Because just think of a, a thriving, healthy nation. I'm talking about physical health, spiritual health. Like they wouldn't. This wouldn't be tolerated. This
right,
wouldn't even be tolerated. So I believe all the chemical biological warfare against the people is to keep us docile and keep us basically, subdued to uprising.
right,
Because other countries is not tolerating this. And
right,
it's less poisons in their products in countries where they actually fighting their government back.
right,
But the people in this country are not showing any resistance.
right,
There's like small amounts of resistance here and there, but
right.
it's not enough to make a change. You see what I'm saying? So I believe that all the chemicals and stuff is within the products and the food that we ingest on a daily basis. Water supply, everything is there to basically keep us subdued and keep us from, from waking up and being, in the uprising against this tyranny. That's what I believe that's happening. So
And to keep us sick in this endless
keep us
cycle
sick. Right,
of keeping us sick and have to depend on the pharmaceutical companies. And
right,
Israel and all them run the pharmaceutical company. Bill Gates, Israel, Fauci, and all them individuals, they behind that.
right.
Keeping everybody, World Health Organization, they behind keeping the world sick by
Yep,
basically poisoning our water supply, poisoning our food supply,
yep.
spraying us with chemicals every day, and making
As
sure
Bill
that we get
Clinton
on
said, as Bill Gates said, more vaccines.
right and getting us on these meds because these meds are killing us. These are people talking about modern medicine, but modern medicine is actually killing us. It's keeping us sick and is lowering our quality of life because they got a pill for everything, but all those pills have side effects that keep you sick.
Right.
People are just look around. Everybody's fat and sick. People with diabetes and cancer and heart problems. All this shit. We talking about modern medicine is better. And then they lied about the past, making it look like people lived a lot longer in the past than you think. Once they got past childbirth or they didn't die at war, most people lived to their late 90s. They always manipulate the data and they always change history. They always change history and manipulate the data. A lot of the data that they record of people dying early, it was usually from wars, because there was a hell of a lot of wars back in the day. Wars and sicknesses that they created because they was doing chemical biological warfare even during the time of the Spanish flu and the plague. Those wasn't just some shit that randomly happened on the land. They had people actually in laboratories at that time poisoning water supplies, poisoning villages. When they had villages stand up against the king and they ain't like what the fuck the king was saying, and they'd be out there, they would actually have people go and poison their water supply, poison their well water, because they knew how to mix up poisons and shit then. Like, and they kept those same tactics for centuries, and they're doing it to us now. They are actively poisoning our water supply. Is completely poison. Our food is 100% poison in the United States. It is extremely hard to find good clean food in the United States, and that's not by accident. They are actively engaged in chemical and biological warfare against the American people. Actively. Like, and it's that extreme because everything, and we don't think about it because we were born into it. So we think that, all this shit that we've been eating, the Kit Kat bars and the Doritos and all that bullshit, we've been getting poisoned by that. And you can see it genetically is weakening everybody's genetics because there's really no such thing as bad genetics. What's happening is our DNA is being altered from all the chemical and biological warfare that's been happening in this country and a lot of other countries. These governments are intentionally poisoning its citizens, intentionally. Because and let me remind y'all, the government and these major corporations are one and the same. The governments own these major corporations, and these major corporations own the government. They are one and the same, and they are actively working together to keep the especially in America, to keep the American people poisoned. I'm telling you, there's really nowhere to get clean food and clean water at. They
Right.
they
It's
already
getting
did a
more
study
scarce.
about everything is being put into plastic. They did a study. They already did scientific studies on microplastics. Everything that we eat that's in plastic, the plastic is leaching into our food, is leaching into our water supply. These plastics is altering our DNA and giving us autoimmune diseases and other diseases. So even with the mass amount of plastic that they're allowing into the environment, then you got the heavy metals, the lead, the arsenic, and all that type that they're using in these pesticides that they're spraying on everything. It's a chemical called glyphosate that's in weed killer that we use to spray on our gardens and our on our lawns and shit. That's been known to give people extreme cancers.
Right.
And we still allowing it to be used. And it's killing off the bee supply. It's killing off the bees, the bee colonies. The bees are dying at alarming rates because of this weed killer that they're spraying flowers and all the greenery with. They are
Right.
literally active. They are actively engaged in chemical, biological warfare against us. Not only doing that, but trafficking men, women, and children, trafficking drugs, got all these people ODing on fentanyl, and all this other stuff. That's coming from the government. I'm telling you, it ain't no drug dealer that created fetty inside of a lab. Fentanyl wasn't created by no drug dealer. It was created by government. The government created the fentanyl, and they basically get it created in China, and they ship it all to the United States through the borders. And it's in everything, and it's killing people left and right. All this is chemical biological warfare. Every bit of it. And we're still paying taxes to that. You gotta understand, we're funding our own death. All this chemical biological warfare is only possible because they're using our tax dollars and our consumer dollars to do all of this. We're giving them the energy to basically lower our quality of life, altering our DNAs, and basically constantly poisoning us and abusing us. We're giving them the power and the money to do that. That's the reality.
Right.
That's the reality. That's the reality of all of this. It's insane.
So now they trying to bring in all these people that was they do depositions on all these people that was exposed in the Epstein files, just to continue to run, run this play. Because no one's going to jail behind this shit. Like the thing is, and it's crazy because I'm like, you see other countries, you see, people that was involved being arrested. They might not be being charged for anything, but they're making an effort to arrest people, and it's no arrest being made in America, none. In a country where Epstein was operating mostly, what I mean, operating the most, no one is going to jail. No one is getting arrested or anything. This is crazy. This is one big cover up, and all parties involved. This is one big cover up. Now they trying next rollout. They trying to roll out this alien file shit. That like we don't give a shit about no aliens. Shit, y'all the mother effing aliens. Talking about the alien files. They get ready to release the alien files and shit. The aliens are real. That and you notice that, and I notice when they do that shit in the media and they start asking Obama and all these different people, that's just them setting the stage up for the next rollout. That's what they do. Why you think Hillary Clinton mentioned about her being asked about aliens within the deposition of Epstein? Why y'all asking about aliens on some Epstein shit? That's giving y'all insight right there that the next rollout is this alien shit. Watch, y'all gonna see. Watch, y'all gonna be like, damn, JR was right. Yeah, I call it every because I pay attention to what's being said. And I know these people are speaking in codes. They speaking in codes and they're speaking in a language where the normal person won't realize what's being said. You see what I'm saying? You got to pay attention to what they say because they drop key words in these speeches that they be given just to you know um basically and you be able to basically discern what's being said, and then next thing you know what they said in that is being actually presented to the people. Like when the Diddy shit was going on, they linked that they alongside Diddy's trial, they was kept promoting Epstein. Epstein. They kept saying Epstein. This was before them mentioning anything about the files being released. This was no one knew nothing about files being about to be released and none of that. Nothing. They just kept, you know, Epstein news along the side Diddy trial. And then I said on the live stream, I said, bro, they're gearing up to roll out Ghislaine Maxwell. I was like, they looking to. I was like, they're trying to transition everything over to Epstein and run with that, and they're gonna roll Ghislaine out. Bro was on the live. Like some people actually, when we brought it up later, people was like, yeah, you was right because I seen what they was doing. I said, oh, they about to roll out. They about to roll this Epstein shit out and roll Ghislaine ass out. And next thing you know, right after and this is right when Diddy got sentenced. They rolled out the Epstein shit the next day, and Ghislaine met with the DOJ. She met with the DOJ about Epstein. Not even the next day, or it might have been a couple days after that. Me and bro went live instantly. Said, "Didn't we tell you they's gonna roll out Ghislaine Maxwell?" Because I seen them promoting this Epstein shit along the Diddy trial. This shit is crazy, bro. So all this shit be like a play. They be creating these narratives in the media to basically control the algorithm to keep our asses, you know, just focusing on, one thing. It's like Hollywood died in there. It's like Hollywood being rolled out in real time now. Because Hollywood is basically dead. They transitioning all that over, to a digital space. Like you see now, people did the analytics on people barely going to the movies. Most people watching a lot of shit from their homes. So it seemed like they're rolling out these scripts and shit to the general, and it's real situations, but they're controlling the narrative. They're controlling what's being put out with these narratives, this Epstein shit, and all these different files they're releasing. They're controlling the narrative with this shit. So that's why people gotta be able to connect the dots and actually see and poke holes in the lies that's being told, because they're going to use lies to cover up more lies. But the thing is, they can't keep up fast enough because the information is being processed at a faster rate. So that's why a lot of people is poking holes in this Epstein shit and all that, because they're they're trying to basically cover up the shit. They're trying to cover up. And there's so much going on that people are figuring shit out. People are actually figuring things out and putting two to two together. You know what I mean? And putting it out there. Because it's definitely an information war going on between mainstream media and alternative media. There's definitely an information war going on. And that's the shit we dealing with. It's the shit we dealing with.
Crazy, man.
Yeah. He said, I already know the reptiles here, the reptilians, the draconians. Man, they all above. These wicked individuals, everything above. Because the way their systems is set up is, is based off of, certain, animal type, systems and shit, based off of nature and shit like that. They use certain certain systems based off of, certain like snake and animal, like different, different type of animals and shit, and how they operate. Like the spider web, World Wide Web coincides with the spider web to basically get everybody hooked into the web. Because that was the whole plan from the beginning, to get everybody hooked into the web. This shit crazy, man. Like this shit is shit crazy, man. This shit is crazy. I'm trying to see, get some more coverage on this. So they definitely gonna release the tapings of. And it's crazy how when they was doing a press conference, they like, yeah, Hillary Clinton had a spaz out moment basically when she was asking certain questions. Like, we know y'all setting the stage for the when y'all release these tapes and shit. Because all that shit is still part of the distraction anyway. With these Clintons sitting up there testifying, and they trying to bring more people in who names was mentioned in the file to do all these depositions and shit, like the Wexner deposition, and they got Blondie, Cash Patel, and all these different people doing all these depositions and shit. That's why they saying we want to talk to any side, whether it's Republican or Democrat. But that ain't where. Listen, them people are just pawns to the people they really covering up for.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about here? Like, who? We want to know who's still operating, who's still, operating, you know, the Epstein organization. Who's in position that's still keeping this shit going? That's who we need to be talking about. Not the people that 'cause we don't. Epstein already dead, so he's basically just his name is in this shit. Basically, just a you know um he's like the face of this shit. So and he's already out the way. So it's like we need to be putting the focus on who's still in position that's keeping this shit going. And the people that was involved, with Epstein, yeah, they need to be arrested. Not just the people that's operating now, but the people that was in cahoots with this man as when he was doing this thing. They need to be arrested. They need to be investigated and prosecuted. So I don't know, man. This is crazy times we living in. Some crazy ass times we living in.
We ain't gonna see justice until the people stand up.
Right. Right.
It's as simple as that. The people have to stand up.
Right.
I mean, do the general public, do they want justice? Do they want this to continue or what? Like, What's going on? Or we just still just being lazy and cowards and just sitting back waiting for the government to handle it. Because I mean, just look at Cash Patel. Look at how he was responding. Like Cash Patel looked like he don't want nothing to do with these people that's on Epstein client list.
Right.
It's like he's scared. He's spooked. He's scared of these individuals.
I think because I think they blackmailing his ass.
Yeah,
They
he's
got
being
something on him
compromised.
because you could tell because you could see glimpse of him of how his character is. He's a party guy. He loves the party. He loves to get wild. So they already compromised him early because before he got into position, he was talking about the Epstein files and yeah, when they need to be released, the full Epstein files need to be released. I mean, he was on that kick before he got put in position.
Until he
After
found
he
his
got,
name in the
yeah,
motherfucker.
right. Until when he got put in position, everything changed. His whole everything changed. But then you can see that this guy, he likes to party. This guy likes to party. He likes to get drunk. He likes to be wild. Probably some drugs mixed in there. He likes to get wild. So I'm pretty sure they already got his ass in an uncompromising position to the point where they could blackmail him. I just seen a post. I guess he was in the locker room with team. I forgot what sport it was, but he was in the locker room and drinking and acting crazy and throwing the drink everywhere and like he was and that motherfucker wild celebrating with the whatever the whoever what the team was. Uh, I forgot was it I'm gonna have to go look that up real quick. I forgot what team it was, but he was in that motherfucker acting crazy and wild. I'm like, oh, this is
This
Cash
is this
Patel,
is
real stuff
while
right here.
this is while he was the director or before.
Yeah, nah, wow, this is recent. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can get this. Cash Patel celebrates. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. FBI Director Cash Patel joins the Team USA Hockey gold medal. Yeah, here we go. Let me see if I can pull this John up. But Cash Patel and that motherfucker boy. And they say he was using the plane, for personal use. And it was basically investigations that needed to be, taking place. It was you know, it was basically oh, let me pull this up real quick. Y'all gonna be like, yeah, this motherfucker is
As the general public is docile, these people are going to continue to operate. And
right.
it's going to get worse. They're going to turn up the heat because they like, well, we got away with that. We definitely going to get away with everything else we about to do.
Look at this nut. Let me pull this shit up real quick. Look at this nut. Can't tell. Look at this nut. Hold on, y'all. Can't tell nut. Yeah, but look at him. He geeked the fuck up. This nigga is geeked up, boy. Look at him. Cash Patel's a party guy, man. He like to party like that one. You know what I'm saying? You already know they even got his ass in an uncompromised position, bro.
Being a compromised position, this nigga got
Yeah,
compromised.
yeah. I mean,
This nigga
compromised, right?
definitely, yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah. You could tell he compromised
You can tell,
because
bro.
he, yeah, the way he was answering those questions about the Epstein files. You can see how nervous he was. You can see how he was very hesitant because if he was actively trying to bring people to justice, first of all, people will be getting a lot more people will be getting arrested. But he would have
Yeah,
been a lot more confident at that disposition. He wasn't
right.
confident at all. He was hesitant about saying he didn't really know what the hell to say.
Exactly.
He was sweating bullets. He probably was farting and everything. Stomach, like, you know what I mean? You know he had the shit after that.
He say he was farting and everything.
Farting and everything. He was
Yo,
nervous
let
as
me pull
hell.
some of this shit up. I gotta pull some of this shit up with this Cash Patel character. This guy, man. Let me
Which
see.
means he got some very powerful people that's manipulating him.
Yeah.
That goes to show you that our government is 100% compromised, y'all. To the
Right.
point the director of the FBI is up there all fragile and shit. You can't even ask him no questions. He all hesitant. He ain't got no confidence or nothing.
Nothing. No confidence whatsoever, bro. Like you could tell when a person is being controlled. He's stuttering, he hesitating, like he's totally being controlled, bro.
Facts.
Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Nah, there's no volume.
No volumes. Damn, I
Nope.
hate when that shit
Stomach
happens.
up there bubbling and everything. Nigga's stomach is
Fact.
bubbling.
Probably up there tooting in the, you know what I mean?
Probably got an
Letting out
earpiece in his ear saying, "You better not say that, you motherfucker. You better not say that.
You better not say that,
Don't answer that question." Yeah, right.
Yo,
That's for
that's
real.
funny
Like
as
he
shit.
probably got people threatening him all the time. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Those titles don't mean nothing when their offices are controlled.
Facts. This shit just can't tell shit. I don't know. This is it. I ain't it. What the hell?
Yeah, we in trouble, man. Y'all, and if y'all don't think that Oval Office is compromised, I don't know where the hell you been.
That Oval Office been compromised since the beginning, since
Since the
we
beginning,
started.
bro.
I mean, if you go back and you dig into, George Washington, he was, he was part of the secret society where he was being controlled as well. He's being controlled as well, but it was a situation where, they they basically, wanted to bring America and turn America basically into a corporation, being still controlled by the monarchs over there. Because yeah, America was still doing England's business
Right.
during they bidding over here when they was setting up America. Yeah, they were still at the forefront, even throughout the wars of the redcoats and all that shit. That didn't mean nothing. They were still controlling this shit over here, and to this day they still control. To this day they still got control.
Nigga, the federal government is definitely a parasite, a
Mhm.
radical parasite, and a terrorist. Terrorist to its own
Terrorists.
people and a terrorist to the globe. Terrorist to
Right.
us and a terrorist to the globe. Like our federal government is completely rogue and out of hand, bro. They out of pocket, 100%.
Right.
I want to ask you about the Epstein files. Have you
Look at this now.
have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Look at him.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including in some instances minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Right, he up there shit.
Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If
Bullshit.
there were, I would bring the case yesterday. that he
Ah,
trafficked to
right.
other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one
For the information that we have.
in the file.
Which means somebody else got the other
Okay.
information.
Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders. And the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House on the subpoena request. We have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to do so.
I strongly encourage you to do that. Cash, this issue is not going to go away. And I think the central question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women for sex to himself. They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to. And that's a very fair question. I want to know that answer. And I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman.
Which means when y'all release the files, leave some stuff in there to satisfy the people. But take enough out so we can still protect the people that's still operating, or the people that was operating with that was being trafficked, that Epstein was trafficking children to. Take their names out of it.
Right.
These high officials and people in other countries and all these heads of corporations, leave some names in there, because these the people we want out of position, so we can put the next person in position. Keep their names in there. This shit is all controlled,
like
man.
Prince Andrew, because
his brother wanted him out of there.
King Charles never liked his younger brother.
Right.
They always had beef, him and his younger brother. So I feel like King Charles was behind Epstein getting caught, because he knew his younger brother was running around with Epstein, because his name was one of the first powerful names mentioned, was Prince Andrew. Even Trump ended up mentioning Prince Andrew.
Yep.
So that goes to show you right there. A lot of this is King Charles doing. That's why he's ready to throw his younger brother under the bus with no problem, because he want him out of the way anyway. He couldn't wait till his mother died, so he could go after his younger brother.
Facts.
He hate his younger brother.
He does.
Yeah.
Mom always protected him.
Yep.
He would get into shit. You gotta realize, Prince Andrew would get into some diabolical shit. I'm talking about the darkest of the darkest shit you can even think of. His mama protected him the whole time. The whole time she protected that man. With that beast.
And Prince Andrew was her favorite. That's why That's why King Charles hated Prince Andrew. So I'm thinking, because we like, how did Epstein get figured out in the first place? Like, who the hell going after Epstein in the first place? Just think about it. Who's powerful enough to take down Epstein, to have his name in the media with all these trafficking rings and all that stuff? Who's powerful enough? Because you got to think about the people that Epstein was working with. Epstein was working with some very powerful people that could have been exposed through all of this. So who will be powerful enough to get Epstein name in the media and get him locked up and Ghislaine locked up? Who will be powerful enough to be behind all that shit? It would have to be somebody as powerful as King Charles.
All right.
People saying, "Oh, Trump was the one that turned Epstein in."
Nope.
Trump wasn't behind that shit. First of all, if Trump was behind that, he'd be bragging about that every chance he get. Like, I was the one that brought down Epstein. Like, every chance, if anybody ever asks him, about Epstein, that would be the first thing he always bring up is the fact that he was the one to bring down Epstein. So we know Trump was the one to bring down Epstein because his ego would not allow him to be quiet about that. He'd be bringing that shit up 24/7.
Right.
He'd be at that disposition letting everybody know he's the reason why Epstein was caught. He's not the reason why Epstein was caught. It had to be somebody very powerful because you got to think about the people who had to arrest Epstein. The people who had to arrest Epstein, Epstein was more powerful than them because Epstein probably had some compromising shit on them. So why? So who would be powerful enough to take down Epstein when Epstein was working with the most powerful people in the world? It had to be somebody at the top.
Fact.
Somebody that knew that their younger brother was working with this individual and he hated his younger brother and he wanted his younger brother exposed, but he ain't want to be the one to do it directly because
Right.
he don't want to make the family look bad like he's the one that's exposed. So he had someone else do it, but it's on the orders of the king.
Facts. That's real shit though.
Yeah. Yeah, who else is powerful enough to take down a person like Epstein when he was working with the Rothschilds and Rockefellers? Who's on their level? Who's on the Rothschilds and Rockefellers level, Israel level, and all? Who's on their level that's able to take down somebody like Epstein? It have to be somebody like King Charles, bro. It have to be. It have to be somebody that powerful.
Right.
It would have to be. Yep, the higher ups that hired him wanted him out. And I don't even think it was just about ousting Epstein. It's just that Epstein's close relationship with Prince Andrew, because they said they were like two peas in a pod. I mean, we seen Prince Andrew all through the emails. We seen him all through the Epstein files. So it's like he was one of Epstein's homies. So they did a lot of dirt together. And the thing is, the Queen knew about it when she was alive, but she was covering for Prince Andrew. But Charles, he couldn't wait to the day he was able to go after Andrew without the mom being in the way.
Right.
What's the best way to do it? Expose his relationship with somebody like Epstein.
Right.
Epstein, I feel like Epstein was just collateral damage.
Yeah, he was collateral damage.
Yeah.
No, that's an interesting theory right there, bro. Because it's no secret that King Charles hated Prince Andrew.
Right.
Everybody knows that, but it was like more so he couldn't really do anything because the mother, out of respect for their mother.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, when mom died, your ass is mine.
Facts.
When mom dies, your ass is mine. And you could tell King Charles about it because he got his brother arrested on his birthday. That was signs right there that it was from his brother. I'm gonna get your ass arrested on your birthday.
On
That's
his
how
birthday,
petty.
bro. On
That's
his
how petty.
65th,
Right.
On his 66th birthday,
On
too.
his 65th birthday. This how petty I'm gonna be. I'm gonna get your ass arrested on your birthday. Just to show you it came from me. Just to show you, brother, it came from me. That's crazy, bro.
And look at King Charles' statement about how he's gonna, he's gonna
Right.
work with the law. He's gonna work. He's gonna make sure. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, my
Bro,
sixth
get that
sense is
statement.
going off, bro.
Read that statement, bro. The King Charles statement, if you can get that. Get that statement if you can, and read that so people can. Yo, we might have to do a live stream just based off of that. If y'all want us to do a live stream based off of that, of the King Charles and Prince Andrew and the Epstein shit, put a 1 in the chat. If y'all want us to break down that whole shit.
What did he say? A statement from Buckingham Palace. His Majesty has today initiated a formal process to remove the style, titles, and honors of Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew will not be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. His lease on Royal Lodge has to date provided him with legal protection to continue in residence. Formal notice has now been served to surrender the lease, and he will move to alternative private accommodation. These censures are deemed necessary, notwithstanding the fact that he continues to deny the allegations against him. Their majesties wish to make clear that their thoughts and utmost sympathies have been and will remain with the victims and survivors of any form of abuse. That was one of the statements. There was
Word.
another one. That was the statement of him removing his brother
Oh,
of all
removing
his
his brother.
duties.
Yeah, the day he released a statement, the day his brother got arrested on his birthday.
I'm
Yup.
trying to find that one.
King Charles said he's going to work with the law to prosecute. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me
That's
find that one.
crazy.
But that one was him removing. That one was about him removing his brother from power, basically.
Right.
Other one. Oh yeah, that's what he said. He said King Charles issued a statement expressing his deepest concern, affirming that the law must take its course. The king emphasized full cooperation with the authorities regarding the investigation into the alleged misconduct of his brother. Yeah, that's basically he's cooperating with the law, full cooperation.
Dang.
That was it. That was it. Yeah, I'm trying to tell y'all. And just think about it. He was one of the first people mentioned when it came to the Epstein shit.
Yeah, he was. Right.
That wasn't by no accident. And the thing is, I don't think Charles had any connections with Epstein. He had his own people that he effed with.
Right.
Plus
Right.
he ain't wanna F with nobody that was messing with his brother, because he despised his brother.
Facts.
So if Epstein was working with Andrew, Charles definitely ain't gonna work with no Epstein.
Nah, he gonna work with some. Yeah, right.
Somebody else.
Not to say they all ain't into that type of shit, but
Right.
he ain't gonna work with somebody that his brother's working with. Facts.
Facts.
That's crazy, bro. Like we might have to do a whole live stream breaking down that whole shit too. That dang. When he
Yeah,
got it,
because
when they
I was asking that question, bro. I'm like, who the hell was even able to take down Epstein?
right.
Knowing that he's connected to all these powerful people and he's working for, like, who the hell was even, like, how did he even get put on trial in the first place for the trafficking and all of that? Even though he ain't never make it, because they claim they took him out allegedly or supposedly he killed himself, but we we don't we supposedly, like you said, supposedly. But that's the thing. Who was even powerful enough to even take that dude down?
Yeah, it would have to come from it would have to come from someone like King Charles. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, who the hell? Yeah, just think about it. That's the question that always been mind-boggling to me. And
Yeah.
because Epstein clearly worked for the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. I mean, with the Webner, what's his name? Lex Wessler?
Wexner.
Wexner? Yeah,
Yeah,
he
Leslie Wexner. Yeah.
yeah, he the one that he exposed that they worked for the Rothschilds.
He
And
did.
and then Epstein himself said he worked for the Rockefellers in the
Yeah, that
Trilateral Commission.
right.
So
Yeah,
those are two powerful banking dynasties.
yeah.
And he was working with them. So who was powerful enough to take Epstein down when he was working with them?
Right. And then you gotta think about it. Epstein was the guy that was moving money around. Fight like them being like, the primary investors, but him going around and finding different things for them to get, invest their, you know, in technology, because it's always based on what's the next technology that's happening. So that's how he got involved with the Bitcoin shit, because you know um that was the next rollout, was cryptocurrency. So Epstein, it came out in the files that Epstein was like one of the primary investors in that, but that money ain't coming from Epstein. That money is coming from Rothschilds, Rockefellers. That's how, I mean, that so his job was to basically go out, blackmail people, move money around, and find different things to put money into new technology, or whatever else. He was financing a lot of shit.
That's crazy. So it's like, damn. So who the hell? How did he get taken down in the first place?
Right. Yeah, yeah, Zach, yeah. In that interview with Steve Bannon, so supposedly leaked interview, he admitted that he was recruited by Rockefeller, David Rockefeller, and he asked him, "Can he join? Do he want to join the Trilateral Commission?" So he's basically involved with the people that's in charge of making decisions on the monetary system. Rothschilds and Rockefeller, these are financial banking industries that make decisions on the global monetary system. So Bitcoin was the next thing to step up. So he was basically put in position to basically find all these, not find them, but be the face of their money being put into these new technologies and shit like that. Whatever the next thing gonna be. And it was, of course, he got to live his pleasures out. His deep, darkest pleasures, he got to, indulge in that while at the same time working for them people. It was like everything was, he had access to, all the kingdom basically. They basically gave him the keys to the kingdom to operate as long as he being a good boy and, he's doing what they, what he's put in position to be done. He was allowed to indulge in the most deep, darkest shit, the same shit they be involved in. So they basically recruited him. Yeah, they basically recruited him and made him a made man. They made Epstein a made man, where he was able to operate globally. Though you got to be a powerful individual for you to be able to operate like that on a global level, bro. That means you moving in and out of countries where there's other powerful people at. You're like you have to be somewhat of somebody that's that has a certain amount of power, was given a certain amount of power for you to be able to go in and out of countries like that and do the shit that he was doing. Like you said, it would have to be somebody more powerful than anyone to be able to take this guy down. The way he went down, you could tell it came from the top.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the way Epstein went down, you could tell it came from the top. You gotta realize Ghislaine Maxwell dad was MI6. Robert Maxwell was MI6. So he was in a relationship with MI6 daughter, Ghislaine. That tell you the connection right there. That gives you the connection right there. Because Ghislaine dad was MI6. He was close with Ghislaine. You're right. MI6 and Mossad connected, right. I look at all them agencies as one because they all work with each other. Because like we said, it's a global network. So these people are sharing intelligence between each organization. They're sharing intelligence. So, and the intel that they're sharing is based off of how they're moving with blackmailing people and other organizations that's in the play. Like that's how they operate. That shit ain't really about about the people. That they operate in a way where they're controlling the people that's in position, that they put in position. So they sharing information back and forth on these individuals that they put in position. That's the people that they're closely watching. The people that's in position are the people that they're closely watching. You know what I mean? So these people are able to connect with other people within the network that's controlling larger. How the people come into play is they put people in position that has a lot of influence over the people, and that's where they use. That's how they use the celebrities and the politicians. These are people that got influences over millions of people, and they use that. They use their greatest trick to pull that off, which is their their media, mainstream media and shit like that. That's how they able to group us, keep us in groups, and keep us separated by using the people they put in position to make it look like they're warring against each other, just to keep the people confused. Because once the people find out and they realize everybody, all the motherfuckers is in cahoots, that's when the people's going to rise up against all of them, no matter who the fuck they is, left, right, monarchs, the goddamn sultans over there, and all these motherfuckers gonna get risen up against. It's gonna be a global uprising. Because you gotta realize it's only a small percentage of the people that's actually running all this shit, these organizations. This global network is probably about 6 to 10,000 people compared to billions and billions upon billions of people. They're a small you know what I mean? They're a small minority compared to the majority. So once the majority wake up to this shit, they know it's over. It's a wrap. Once the majority realize what's going on as a collective and realize what's going on and realize we all being played against each other. And you know what? And the thing about it, that's the flip side of the internet. That's the flip side of it. They use the internet to basically consolidate all the information, put it online, put everybody online. But that's the thing, though. Now people are able to create and network with other peoples against this tyranny, and the information is spreading fast like wildfire. So that's the duality of this shit. There's always a flip side of it. They trying to use the internet and social media and the media to control us, but the flip side of it is that people have, you know, access to the information at a faster rate. So now we're able to connect the dots faster, connect with other people, and you know, and now you got a bunch of people waking up to this shit, and bang, it's over. The reset happens. Right, right. Zach is dualistic. Right. Yeah, that's the power. That's the power of duality. Like, there's always going to be a flip side to the coin. Like, it's always going to be a flip side. But these pricks is so arrogant, and they got so much of a god complex that they think what they're doing is not going to have, you know, a flip side on it. Right, the yin and the yang. Facts. They don't realize this shit is duality. Like, what you do is it's an effect. It's a whole nother thing taking place on the other side. It's not going to go just one way. And the thing is, I believe people waking up at a faster rate. People are waking up to this shit. You best believe. And I bet you, like, there's a lot of shit we can't see. There's a lot of things that we can't see that's taking place. You know what I mean? Like in the shadows. But these motherfuckers are affected by this shit. You gotta realize that with this shit going on and all this shit coming to a light, yes, these motherfuckers is being affected by it. They can't get their plan off like they want to, because the flip side is the people are waking up at a faster rate because the information is being processed faster. So they needed artificial intelligence to keep tabs on all, everyone moving. Basically putting everybody on the grid and using artificial intelligence to process the data faster so that they able to, try to control the people. But the flip side was the people was going to wake up fast as they was doing that. The people was going to wake up too, because the people has access to the information. So I don't know if they factor that shit in, or maybe they just wasn't really thinking about duality, and this is a possibility that the people was going to wake up while we're trying to, pull this off. It's a possibility that it's going to be the opposite effect to this as well, that the people going to wake up. And that's what's happening. People, a lot of shit that catastrophic events that happened woke a lot of people up, like the 9/11 shit, the whole COVID shit. That shit woke a lot of people up.
Facts.
That shit woke a lot of people up. So we might think these people was getting away with a lot, but it's a lot of shit that's taking place that we might not have, you know, a lot of insight on. But you could slowly see as this shit go along, you could slowly see that things are coming out that show you that they're being affected by this shit. So they operation ain't getting, they not pulling this shit off 100%. It's not gonna happen. And plus, you think throughout history, there was no one that ever conquered the world, ever. Every person that came forward and tried to conquer the world never conquered that shit. Never. They might have conquered certain aspects of the globe and certain areas and certain countries and shit like that. But when you're talking about a small group of people or one person actually conquering the whole world, that has never happened. There's always going to be resistance somewhere when it comes to these tyrants. It's going to be resistance somewhere. That's just how it goes. All that shit is put in place. It was designed and put in place that way, where this world can't be conquered by just one individual or a small group of people. So it might look like these motherfuckers winning, but it's truly, I don't think so. If actually look at the big picture, I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me finish playing this Cash Patel joint, because this funny as shit. Yeah, this motherfucker up there. Hold on. Let me play this joint real quick.
May I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the two prior administrations, in the Obama administration and the Biden administration. And they didn't release anything. And there was President Trump in the first administration that renewed charges against Mr. Epstein. And I know it's a little complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file,
including Obama, including Barack Obama. You realize Epstein was still operating even when Obama was in office. So you had you had all these administrations that had time to really, for this shit to take place. And like you said, they didn't have the power to do it. So it had to come from a higher power within their organization to get this shit shut down.
Yeah, officially he got arrested in 2005.
Yeah. Oh, who was president then? Obama.
That was,
No, not Obama. Obama was 2008. Bush.
yeah, that's Bush.
Bush. Bush.
So is that 4 administrations?
Yeah, 4 administrations, bro. Yeah.
Well, I guess Trump has been in there twice, so I guess
Right.
Obama's been in there twice too. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's some time. Yeah, that's a lot of time.
It's a lot of
Hell
time,
yeah,
bro.
he was still operating. And after
So-
that 2005 thing, he had got immunity.
Yeah.
He had got immunity for years.
Right.
So they wasn't even allowed to prosecute him for years. So that goes to show you. Actually, I got the whole timeline right here.
Want me pull it up or you?
Yeah, you can pull. Yeah, you can pull it up.
All
Let me
right.
see. This is wild. This is wild. This is wild how they do this. This is how you know this came from somebody more powerful. This how you know for sure.
I'm thinking Diddy was collateral damage to this whole shit as far as like, because it's components. It's broken down in components. You know what I'm saying? You have certain level, different levels that's like Diddy is not on a level of Epstein, but there's the people that's on a Diddy level still need to be like the people at his level still need to be basically subdued. So I think they just throw people out there to basically distract people from other figures and shit. You know what I mean? So they would throw somebody like Diddy out there and make him, the scapegoat for a nigga like Epstein and shit. Or the people that was involved with Epstein. All right, hold on, let me pull this up, y'all. You got the timeline. All right, let me pull this up. All right, this is right here. Jeffrey Epstein files tracing the legal cases that led to sex trafficking charges.
Yep. And you
It
scroll
says the
down, you see
timeline.
it started 2005. Look,
2005, right here.
March. Police opened a criminal investigation into Epstein in Palm Beach, Florida, after a 14-year-old girl's parents said he paid her for a massage. Police gathered more allegations from underage girls who say he sexually abused them at his mansion, and encounters that often begin as massages. Federal prosecutors later say the abuse began as early as 2002. So in 2006,
Wow.
July 19th, a Palm Beach County grand jury indicts Epstein on one state felony charge of soliciting of prostitution, but the Palm Beach Police Department chief and lead detective then referred the case to a nearby FBI office, saying that the charge doesn't reflect the totality of Epstein's conduct, according to the Justice Department review of the case. In 2007, an assistant U.S. attorney who has been working with 2 FBI agents to find more victims submits a draft indictment outlining 60 criminal counts against Epstein. 60.
Ooh,
That's
60, bro.
along with a memo summarizing the evidence assembled against him. In July of that same year, Epstein's attorneys meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida. The top prosecutor then was attorney Alex Acosta, who in 2017 will become President Trump's labor secretary.
Wow.
The U.S. Attorney's Office offers to end its investigation if Epstein pleads guilty to 2 state charges and agrees to accept a prison term, register as a sex offender, and set up a way for his victims to obtain monetary damages. So out of all those 60 accounts of all of crimes that he committed, he only went to jail for 2 of them.
Wow.
And it was a slap on the wrist. So the much criticized deal includes, this is what the deal included that they gave Epstein. The much criticized deal includes a controversial non-prosecution agreement, or an NPA, in which the federal prosecutor's office grants immunity to Epstein for conspirators and any other potential conspirators, the Justice Department says. Prosecutors agreed not to tell Epstein's victims about the NPA, which is filed under seal. Wow. So they gave him complete immunity. So they only charged him with those 2 crimes of soliciting prostitution, but for all the other crimes, they got 60 documented on file. 60
Wow.
serious crimes that Epstein committed. They gave him immunity for it. And this was his lawyer then, the top prosecutor was then the U.S. attorney Alex Acosta, and that's literally President Trump's labor secretary.
Wow.
So it looked like people who's associated with Trump helped Epstein get his immunity. So the much criticized deal. Oh yeah, I already read that. So in 2008, on June 30th, Epstein pleads guilty to a charge of soliciting prostitutes and soliciting prostitutes with a minor under the age of 18, and is sentenced to 18 months.
Hold on. We got update. Hold
I
on.
want to point because I have seen some
Let me know
back
if y'all
and
can hear
forth
it.
in regards to some of the
Yep.
Democrats trying to call in not credible witnesses, and I won't get into the nature of what I've asked the president specifically until after the deposition is over. But to be clear, we've had 2 witnesses, or not 2 witnesses, 2 individuals. One that accuses President Clinton of unfounded allegations of there being sex tapes, etc., by the name of Sarah Ransom. And there was an individual under the name of Katie Johnson that also had unfounded allegations of rape against our sitting president of the United States, both being claims that did not have evidence for grounds of that. And so just as we wouldn't call in an individual like Sarah Ransom, who we know made up claims, we're not going to do the same thing for President Trump. So I think to be able to bring that up and conflate the 2 with this investigation is wrong. And I want to be very clear on record. I don't believe that Sarah claims had valid claims against President Trump in regards to what she was, President Clinton has in regards to what she was alleging. Just as I don't believe that there are valid claims against President Trump by the individual of the name of Katie Johnson. What I will say is it has become very evident, even in the last 24 hours in lines of questioning, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a intelligence gathering operation. In my professional opinion, I do believe it was a honeypot operation. And I do believe that there's a list of individuals who did engage in trafficking, were given these plea deals, and I'm going to name those individuals right now. The first one would be Leslie Groff. The second one, Sarah Kellen. The third one, Nadia Markova. And the fourth one, Adriana Ross. All of these women engaged in the trafficking of minors as adults. They were working and complicit with Jeffrey Epstein's operation. And in my opinion, they are not to be given victim status because they did partake in harming young girls. I remember seeing in some of the files, some of these girls were, as young as 10, 11 years old and older. And so obviously we have a lot of work to do, but I did want to come and give an update and let you know that President Clinton, as of right now, is cooperative and answering all of our questions. And that it leads me to believe that if we can remove the partisan nature of this investigation, we actually might be able to get justice. And so I will be calling on the Oversight Committee to bring in those 4 individuals that I just listed. We will continue to conduct the investigation and provide updates shortly for all of you.
What has the former president said to the committee about his interactions with Jeffrey Epstein outside of the statement he released today?
I can't get into the specifics of the deposition because it's still currently going on. But again, he's being very cooperative, and I think that statement is pretty on point with what we're hearing. We will provide updates as soon as it's over. I don't want to violate the trust that we have right now in the depositions, but I do think that we are at least getting a little bit more of a clearer picture. And I will say I'm not in favor. And if there is a request to bring in an individual who's made false allegations against President Clinton, I will be voting that down in committee, just as I will be voting down any individuals that are brought forward that have made false claims against President Trump. I do think that there is a bit of partisan smear attempts in this whole investigation. But it's important to note that Jeffrey Epstein does have all of the telltale signs of an intelligence gathering operation. I think we all know that. I do believe that because of the people in power and influence, specifically presidents, etc., that he was targeting, that there is an aspect of, foreign governments trying to pit some of us against each other using this topic. And so we're more focused on that, as well as bringing justice to the victims. And there is no justice when traffickers are given plea deals. And so we'll be following up on that as well.
Congressman, I know you said he's being cooperative. Do you believe his statement when he said, I saw nothing and I did nothing wrong?
I'm going to go back in, and what I will say is that I don't have any reason to believe right now that he's hiding the ball and everything. He's been pretty transparent.
And is it your belief and or the committee's belief that the former president was targeted by Jeffrey Epstein on behalf of a foreign nation?
It is in my opinion. I don't think the opinion of the committee, but I do believe that Jeffrey Epstein was targeting many politicians, many influential people, especially in regards to economic policy, etc. And I do believe that it was possible that not just him, but likely Secretary Clinton, as well as a number of other people, were targeted due to an intelligence gathering operation. I think the American people will agree with me on that. But again, I don't want to get into too much of the specifics of the deposition, and I will be able to tell you at least once this is over. And we will be also trying to release those recordings from Secretary's deposition yesterday, as well as President Clinton's, as soon as possible. Thank you, guys.
All right, there you go. So yeah, we gonna definitely cover the when they release the recordings. Yeah. So that's I guess that's gonna switch back over because you was breaking down that
Bro. So we
Epstein
left off where he got. So we left off where
2008.
he got in 2008 when he got sentenced. Now,
Yep.
mind you, he actually got immunity. So when he agreed to do 18 months in a minimum secure facility. But get this, this was part of the deal, him doing 18 months. But the
Right.
wealthy businessman is allowed to leave for 12 hours a day to work at a foundation that he recently incorporated, according to the Department of Justice. So even though he got 18 months in prison, he was able to leave prison 12 hours a day to roam
Dang.
around, do whatever he wanted.
Wow.
So basically, he just used the prison. He just had to sleep there at night. That's
Right.
basically all that was. But he
Wow.
got to conduct it, whatever he wanted to do during the day. So on July 7th, in 2008, a victim identified as Jane Doe files a federal lawsuit under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, saying that she and other victims were not informed that the Epstein case was being resolved with a plea deal. In
Right.
2019, a judge ruled in their favor. So it took all those years from 2008
2005.
to 2019. No, this is after he got the
Oh,
18
after okay.
months.
Right.
And then a Jane Doe files, a complaint saying that they didn't know that that they even did a plea deal with Epstein.
Wow.
So they wanted him to basically get retrialed again and destroy the immunity. So a judge finally ruled in their favor in 2019. And what happened in 2019 what happened in 2019?
We got
The pandemic.
Yeah, pandemic
They
happened.
shut
Yep.
the whole world down after this dude after they bought the shit back
Wow.
against Epstein. All right, so in 2009, Epstein was released after serving less than 13 months. Now, mind you, he served 13 months, but he actually was outside of the prison most of the time.
Right.
He didn't even have to really stay in prison.
Yeah,
He
they
just
just
had
put
to
on the
sleep.
right,
He
and they
just had
do
to
that
sleep
just
there.
right. They just do that just to satisfy, you know, the victim, and the a law has been broken, so something, he has to be prosecuted and charged for that. So, but he not facing hardcore time, or he's not
Yeah, because
putting
they
in.
had 60 different
Yeah.
they had 60 different criminal charges against him.
Right.
And the evidence was overwhelming, but they gave him a plea deal.
That's just to show you
And
how much shit
immunity.
that's just to show you how much shit Epstein was doing.
Right.
That to the point that even though he's putting in a high level position, he was doing so much goddamn dirt that he had to at least serve some time or some sentence out of all the shit he was doing. That's crazy,
That's why
bro.
people believe he ain't dead now,
Right.
because they always let him go to and from
That's
prison.
that's right there, bro. That's the key right there to why Epstein is possible. Epstein is still alive. That gives you insight on how they still treat Epstein.
Right.
He always had freedom to do what he want, even in being incarcerated.
Even being incarcerated, they still let
Yo,
him leave prison for 12 hours a day. And
yo,
this is after he got charged with prostituting a 14-year-old girl.
yo, we cracking this shit wide open. Listen, y'all gotta realize what we doing here. People ain't connecting the fucking dots like this. Y'all gotta realize what we doing. That's why we be telling y'all it's important for us to stay on this Epstein shit, because it's a lot of things that's happening, and a lot of things that happened in the past actually coincides with what's going on now, and you able to connect the dots, bro. That gives you insight right there. That's a possibility that the guy that guard that came forward and said they seen them Willet Epstein out of the prison and a van pulled up.
Mm-hmm.
They always been letting this motherfucker leave out in
They
and
always
out the
let him leave
prison,
out of jail. Shit, that was on an episode of the Blacklist. It was an episode
bro.
of the Blacklist where people where they was letting inmates leave the prison all day and let them work outside the prison, and these were like serious criminals. But they had that
Bro.
immunity. Yeah, they do that. That's why I said these people never really go to jail. So look, in 2009, Epstein gets released after serving 13 months. 2 years after the non-prosecution deal was signed, a Florida judge orders that the document giving Epstein federal immunity should be made public in
Right, for real.
response to lawsuits from Epstein's victims and news outlets. In 2010, Epstein had settled multiple civil suits brought against him by his victims. In 2015, Epstein accuser Virginia Roberts Guthrie sues longtime Epstein confidant and associate Ghislaine Maxwell for defamation after Maxwell called her a liar for claiming to be a victim of a sexual conspiracy run by Maxwell and Epstein. In 2021, Maxwell was found guilty of helping Epstein operate a sex trafficking ring that preyed on teens and young women, and is currently serving 20 years in prison. In 2017, Maxwell settles Guthrie's lawsuit, a matter in which Epstein had repeatedly sought to avoid testifying, but journalist Julia K. Brown and Miami Herald later files motions to unseal records from the case, citing a public right of access in its coverage of the abuse of dozens of underage minors. In November 28th, the Miami Herald published a series of investigative reports into Epstein in the role of then U.S. Attorney Acosta in Epstein's plea deal. The report sparked intense interest in Epstein's actions, including the notion that powerful people might have known about or been involved in his illegal actions. A week after the Herald report, Epstein reaches a last-minute settlement in a defamation case with attorney Bradley Edwards, who represented women alleging that Epstein abused them when they were minors. The settlement puts an end to a case that had been anticipated to bring court testimony from Epstein's victims for the first time. In 2019, July 6, federal agents arrest Epstein. He is charged in the Southern District Court of New York with one count of sex trafficking of minors and one count of conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors. So this tells you he was, even after the immunity, he was still carrying out the operations
Wow.
and got caught. So on July 12th, Acosta resigns as labor secretary, saying the Epstein matter is a distraction from his agency's work. So on August 10th, Epstein is found dead in the Metropolitan Correctional Center, the federal detention facility where he was being held in Manhattan. The New York City chief medical examiner later concludes that Epstein died of suicide. We're going to say supposedly. So August 27th, U.S. District Judge Richard M. Berman holds a hearing on a motion to dismiss the indictment against Epstein. In a remarkable move, he also says the court will hear the testimony of victims here today and offer a taking up of many women that day under their own names or as Jane Doe. Courtney Wild, who had helped start the first proceedings against Epstein in Florida more than 10 years earlier, is among those who stepped forward. Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused me for years, robbing me of my innocence and mental health, she said. Jeffrey Epstein has done nothing but manipulate our justice system, where he has never been held accountable for his actions, even today. Yeah, he was never held accountable for his actions, and he still might be alive. Because they always snuck him out of prison, or they just
Right.
freely just let him just go out of prison. I'm
Right.
guaranteed some of them days they let him out that he probably didn't even go back to the prison that night. He
Yeah,
probably came
facts.
in the next day or probably was gone for 2 or 3 days.
So how? Yeah, and the thing about it, how do a motherfucker get a furlough every day? Like usually when you
Every
get a
day,
furlough, that's like a
7 days
weekend.
a week, bro.
Yeah, like a person that get out on furlough, it'd be like a weekend or some shit
It
like that.
wasn't a
He got
furlough
a
though. That what he got wasn't
yeah,
technically a furlough. Because like you
right,
said, furlough is only like the weekend and shit.
right.
This dude got out every day, 12 hours a day, every day, Monday
So he
Monday
basically
to
had to play the
Monday.
part. He just basically had to play the part
Make
of
it look like he was in
yeah,
prison, but
make
he
it
was
look
never
like
in
right,
prison.
right.
He never was in prison, y'all. Epstein never was in prison.
So
And
make
they
it
openly telling us that the dude never was in prison.
yeah, he
He
never was.
never was in prison.
Even when they said he offed himself, he was never in prison. And if he was, he got snuck. Like we say, he got snuck out. They probably was sneaking him in and out of there anyway.
No, they didn't have to sneak him in and out. It was
No,
literally
I'm talking about in when he was locked up in the Brooklyn.
when he was there. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think he ever I think he was probably there for one day
yeah. I mean,
and they
people
snuck
said.
him out of the back.
I think no. People said they have seen him in there, so it's obviously like. So, well, the guard said they came and got Epstein at night at abnormal hours. It's like 10:30 something. Usually everybody is in a cell, downtime. Like everybody's in a cell sleeping. They was coming to get Epstein 10:30 at night and shit like that.
That's disgusting.
So which means they was always sneaking him up out of the prison. So I'm believing they pulled something off where they switched his ass out.
With somebody else, right?
I believe he was switched out, bro.
And the dead body they was carrying out, that wasn't Epstein.
That wasn't Epstein.
Yeah, for sure.
Just like that deposition with Ghislaine, that wasn't her.
Right.
And the thing about it, they even saying, they moved Ghislaine to a facility where she's able to have food and a dog, a little support puppy dog, and I just think
Basically her
yeah,
house. That's where
yeah,
they
basically her crib, right,
yeah.
right.
Her crib.
And we did a live stream on those high end prisons where they send,
Is it on our
those type
Rumble? Is that on our
yeah,
Rumble
nah,
account?
that's on our YouTube.
Oh, all right.
I can show you. I can pull that up. Hold on. I think we got that. I think we got that on here. I don't know if it's on this channel or I think it's on the Talk Media. But I'm gonna put it in
This
search.
is disgusting, man. This dude never really paid for his crimes ever. This goes to show you that the wicked get to do whatever they want on the plan. We enable them. You gotta think about it. General public is enabling this because we see all the government corruption that's tied to this.
Yeah.
And we got Hillary and Bill over there lying, say they ain't do nothing with Epstein. Come
Right.
on, man. Trump saying that he ain't do nothing. Come on, man. Come on. Oh, so none of them knew about his criminal activities. He doing all this stuff around the world globally, and you mean to tell me that Bill and Hillary ain't know about none of it? Trump ain't know about none of it?
It's a luxury prisons. Let me see.
We all know it's a game, and people like Hillary and Trump, they pay the top people to know who's who and know what dirty deeds and stuff they do. When they at conventions and dinner parties and shit, they be talking like they assistants, the ones who gets the information on everybody. They tell, yeah, that's Epstein over there. Yeah, he's the yeah, he really works with the Rockefellers, and he's their dirty man. He does this, he does that, he does this. If you need this, he could get you that. And this over there, this is so and so. They know what each other be doing.
Right.
They know what each other be doing, bro. Like They all know what each other be doing. Of course, in front of the public, they gonna act like, oh, I don't know this Epstein guy. Oh yeah, yeah, I was just on his private jet a couple times, but I don't really
Right.
know. I didn't really
I
know
know
what he
this
was
guy.
into.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
That's
this
funny.
shit's over.
That is crazy. All right, here we go. This top five star luxury prisons.
This
They
shit's
have
over.
some the best places to be locked up. 10 top most. Yeah, I think this is the one we did it based off. Yup, this is the article right here.
None of these people are gonna be brought to justice.
Nope. Let me send this. Let me send this. All right, hold on. Let me pull this up. Hold on, y'all. We gonna show you this. This is the type privileges that they get. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Hold on. All right.
Y'all smash that like button too and share this video.
Come on. I guess I gotta turn the ad blockers and shit off. I hate y'all. I hate that ad blockers. Damn it, all this shit. Hold on, let me do this. Let me do this shit. What the hell?
And don't forget, y'all, this video is sponsored by nightandayherbals.com. Y'all know we
They need
sell
herbals.
high quality CBD products, vapes, pre-rolls, CBD, and herbal cigarettes. We also got hair care, skincare products on there. We got soap and body, natural soaps and body oils. We also got hoodies on there for sale. So make sure y'all go check
All
out
right. That's
nightandayherbals.com. It's
how.
the link is
Let
pinned
me
to the top
let
of
me
the
run.
chat, and it's also the QR code on the screen. You can scan that.
Green. Let me run this commercial
If
before
you
we get
crave
into it.
nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.
All right, so this is the top 10 most luxurious prisons around the world. And this is where high level official people go when they get, sentenced. And I believe that's where, Days Lean and them. So this prison right here this is in Norway. This is Bastoi's prison in Norway. Not every day you develop a nation embraces America's to get tough on crime prison philosophy. The minimum security prison colony is located in Bastiny Island in the middle of Oso Ford, Oso Jord, whatever the thing. And the houses is slightly over 100 inmates who live in small cottages and work on the prison farm, sustaining additional tennis, fishing, horseback riding, and preferred pastime in his prisoners. So the prisoners able to fish, play tennis, they get to do all this type of shit in these luxury prisons. Um, Let me see. This prison here is this is a prison in Scotland. It's Her Majesty Prison. Adderwell is located in the southern Scotland in a privately managed Sadido Justice Services. Adderwell is a learning prison for inmates given 40 hours a week, uh, purpose purposeful activity aimed in building job skills and allow transitions back into civilian life. So this is you see the style of these prisons. Look, do these even look like prisons? Look, like
Nah,
fucking apartments.
it's looking better than some people apartments and
Right.
houses. Yeah.
This is Otago Correctional Facility in New Zealand. Otago Correctional Facility has a single entrance, electrical fence, X-rays, all visitors, and additional employment. Everything in the cell phone jammers, microwave sensors aside from providing comfortable rooms. Otago rehabilitates prisoners by teaching them job skills in light engineering, dairy farming, and cooking. Look at this goddamn. Look at this luxury prison. Justice Center. This is in Australia. I mean Austria. It says if you got your heart on committing a nonviolent crime, say burglary, it says this is the place to go. Justice Center. You know, they say this prison basically got private bathrooms, kitchenette, television, weight room, basketball court, outdoor recreation, and quite enjoyable. So this is the type of shit, you know, they send, you know, people like Epstein or Gaisling or any type of person like that. They get these type of prisons. They get sent to these type of prisons. This is in Spain. So this prison here, you know, it says known for premier prison for families. So this prison here, the inmates are allowed to even, you know, have their families live there with them, which is crazy. Have you ever heard of a prison like that where the families can actually live? That's crazy. Then that's not even a prison. That's a goddamn apartment. It's crazy. It's the Champ Darlin prison in Switzerland. Champ Darlin prison has problems with overcrowding, disease, riots. In fact, Champ Darlin prison was denounced as the most overcrowded, disease-ridden detention center in all of Europe, responding to negative reviews from the Anti-Torture Committee and Council of the Europe in 2028. Switzerland called for a change. So I guess this prison right here had their issues, which I mean I don't think a prison is gonna be like 100% like even being a luxury prison. Man, this shit look like a goddamn apartment. This should look better than people apartment. This is in Punduk Bamboo Prison in Indonesia.
I mean,
Damn,
I believe prisons should be humane. I think they should
they
be.
should, right?
I mean, they people in there serving their time, and it might deter people from doing, you know,
Yeah, doing crazy
like
shit. Yeah,
in
right,
there, yeah, doing
right,
crazy shit in prison.
right.
I mean, I feel like they serving their time, but
Right.
I
It's
don't
supposed to
think
be
that
safe.
only powerful people get to go to prisons like this.
Right.
That's the crazy part. And sometimes they be the ones doing the most heinous crimes,
Exactly.
mass genocide and all that shit, but they get to live in prison like it's basically like it's a resort
Right. And
or
I'm
some type of getaway.
right, and I'm pretty sure it was people in there that had charges like Epstein had. Was they allowed to leave the prison every damn day?
Probably. Oh, you talking about other people? Like
That was
regular people?
yeah,
Hell nah.
exactly.
Well, regular people wouldn't be able to have crimes like Epstein, no. Not
Right.
on his level. Think
Yeah.
about it. The average sex offender or the average pedo, they're not able to reach Epstein. They're not able to do Epstein type of crimes. Not at that global level. With those powerful people he was dealing with, and then the honeypot slash blackmailing projects.
Right. But
Nah, he
I'm saying
wasn't
like
just a
more
regular.
so. Yeah, I'm just saying like the charges he was getting when he was serving that 13 months and was able to leave the prison every day. Like was, and I'm pretty sure it was people in there with those charges.
Oh,
That's
for
the point.
sure.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, was
Oh,
making
for
that
sure.
they wasn't allowed to leave the prison every day. So what makes him an exception to the rule? That means he's really above the law
Because he's working with some powerful
because he's
people in the
working for
government.
powerful people, right?
That's why.
So it would have to be powerful people to take him down, basically.
Yep. This is insane. And we already knew Bill and Hillary wasn't going to admit to nothing.
Nope.
And that deposition was going to be controlled. We already knew
Right.
that shit was going to be controlled. And what?
Right.
Hillary stormed out.
Yeah, they said she basically crashed out in there. She got like real
And then stormed out.
stormed out, right?
Like she could just do whatever she wants. Stormed out. And
Because
no one went after her.
she was basically trying to control what they can ask her, and somebody in there asked her something out of the because she said I didn't agree to this. Basically, she said I didn't agree to what they was asking me because that ain't what we agreed upon. upon us going in there and doing this. So that means somebody went off script and asked her something and she spazzed out. Bitch, that just make you look more guilty doing that, Hillary.
Yeah, because she rather not be there if she can't control it.
Yeah, that makes you even more guilty. What the hell are we talking about here? Wow. Wow. So they wanted to be able to control what was, the deposition. You can't ask me this, you can't ask me that, you can't ask me this, you can't ask me that. You only can ask me this. You only can ask me that. So somebody in there, yeah, I mean, like, nah, you need to be answering certain questions. Yeah. Your husband was all up in the files. Your husband was flying all over the world with this man. And he was on the island. And you try to say, I never been to the island. Well, your husband have. So it's like you went too because you knew about Epstein. And you knew the shit that was taking place. So it makes you an accessory to it. Yes. You knew what was going on. It's crazy. You said the stock market dropped the same time Epstein was in jail in the West Palm Beach, Florida. Mm. All right, no sound, y'all. I ain't getting no sound. Hold on, let me reshare this. I wanted to finish this out too with the Cash Patel and shit.
Under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so the information, that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get out of jail free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day. And he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
Correct. He bored Patel on some bullshit. Go to this John. Grill his stupid ass.
Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to start off where we left off last time. I asked you whether you had any knowledge or discussions about removing FBI officials and installing political personnel before you were confirmed to that position. And I wonder, did you then understand or have conversations with the White House about the intentions to do so?
Before I was confirmed?
Yes, sir.
Did I have discussions with the White House to remove FBI personnel?
Yes.
No.
So you're saying that you had no discussions with the White House before you were in the position about the removal of any personnel from the agency?
As I was preparing for my confirmation hearing, I had numerous discussions involving the type of people that would be employed, and that those that were failing to meet the mark at the FBI would no longer be employed if I were
And I'm
confirmed.
assuming that mark had to do with loyalty to the Trump administration.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. I'd like to revisit another subject from that hearing. Did you testify? Excuse me, you did testify before the grand jury that President Trump had declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Is that correct?
I don't have the grand jury transcript. That's why I released it. Whatever it says is the best evidence.
That's what you said to Senator Whitehouse, that your grand jury testimony was publicly released. It has not been. In fact, in July, a court denied a news outlet's bid to get that transcript. But the court said quite clearly that you are free to discuss your grand jury testimony. So I ask you again, did you testify before the grand jury that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case?
And that is why I took your invitation to work with the department and the court to have that transcript released. And the transcript is the best evidence of what I said then.
You're saying right now this committee can have access to what you said before the grand jury?
To whatever was released. Under my understanding, Senator, that the Department of Justice...
You and I both understand the law. Let me finish. I understand under Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Procedure, a grand jury witness, in this case you, is not barred from sharing their grand jury testimony. This is an oversight hearing. This is germane to your integrity and credibility. You know right now whether or not you testified that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Why are you refusing to answer that simple yes or no question right now?
Because the premise of your question is inaccurate, and
there is no premise to my question, but trying to get to an order of what is truth or not.
How do you How do you know what was asked in the grand jury if you weren't there?
Mr. Purcell, this is a mockery you're making of this hearing and simple questions.
It's a simple question. If you have
Mr.
a
Patel,
transcript,
during
you can
your
read the question,
nomination,
but you don't have it.
You promised that, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. When I asked you, are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with the Trump administration, you explicitly said under oath that you were not aware of any plans to punish FBI agents associated with criminal investigations of Donald Trump. I don't believe you were truthful. Firing FBI employees based solely on the cases that they are investigating, their case assignments, is illegal, and you know that. A new lawsuit that's been discussed numerous times, filed by 3 FBI officials, alleges that you carried out Donald Trump's campaign of retribution, in quotes, against FBI employees for, quote, failure to demonstrate sufficient political loyalty. One of those plaintiffs has been discussed today, Brian Driscoll. Now, we know 20 years of distinguished service to the FBI before you terminated him. Special agent in charge of FBI's Newark field office, where he operated with distinction. Medal of Valor winner, Shield of Bravery awards. He's a patriot. You terminated Driscoll via a letter dated October 8th, 2025. And in that letter, you said that you were firing him pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution. Well, you're not the President of the United States. And so I'm wondering under what authority you were allowed to terminate him.
That matter is under litigation, and I'm not able to discuss it.
Okay, well, discuss this. Did you have discussions with Stephen Miller about firing this particular person or about his continuance in the FBI?
Not that I recall.
How often do you speak to Stephen Miller?
Frequently on our Homeland Security task forces.
You frequently talk with Stephen Miller about subjects other than Homeland Security task force issues, correct?
I frequently talk to Mr. Miller about Homeland Security task forces.
Has Stephen Miller ever given you his opinions on how to run your agency?
Mr. Miller's interagency operations are invaluable to the FBI. That's what we talk about.
So you frequently discuss your job and your responsibilities with Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi, I imagine, as well.
Absolutely. She's the Attorney General.
Understood. Okay. Donald Trump promised to make us all safer. You have pushed out senior FBI agents with decades of knowledge and experience. In fact, this is the first time in FBI history that neither the director nor the deputy director have any experience with the FBI. You've shifted the agency's priorities primarily to pursuing Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. According to ICE data, the Cato Institute, which is a conservative think tank, found that 20% of all agents have been diverted from their work to assist ICE immigration enforcement. 20%. Part of this operation is the work of mass law enforcement who jump out of cars, snatch people off streets at churches, schools, and their jobs and hospitals. Have there been any FBI agents who investigate crimes against children that have been assigned to immigration enforcement, yes or no?
The premise of what you say is entirely
Have there been
false.
any FBI agents who investigate foreign domestic terrorism?
You don't get to say America is not safer under this
I am
leadership.
not saying
America
that.
is
You're
safer
making
because of the work of the
presumption-
FBI.
You're making a presumption of premise.
4,700 children.
Sir,
we have seized 6,000 weapons and
you are not
23,000 violent
denying
felons have
that
been
FBI
arrested.
agents who investigate human trafficking have been reassigned to immigration enforcement. You are not denying that FBI agents who are on the task force that fight against Russian oligarchs have not been reassigned. Public Correction Squad reassigned. People who defend us, defend children reassigned. You're not denying that. I've seen you
FBI
time and
agents
time
don't
again
get reassigned.
attack my colleagues' premises of questions as a way to not answer the question. So let me end with this. I believe you have made our country weaker and less safe. I believe that we are more vulnerable to a major event, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. You've gutted the Bureau of Institutional Knowledge and Expertise. You fired or pushed out seasoned FBI officials, many with more than 20 years of experience, and were working on cases that were critical. You've been purging thousands of serious law enforcement officials who spent their careers keeping us safe, only to lower hiring standards in order to find anyone to replace them. And shockingly, you admitted in this hearing to Senator Coons that it would take 14 years to fill the vacancies at your agency. Many are the result of your purge. 20% of FBI agents are doing low-level immigration enforcement instead of their mission-critical work. You've disbanded entire task forces that stop election interference, foreign influence, public corruption. And who benefits from this? Well, corrupt people benefit from it. Criminals benefit from it. Vladimir Putin benefits from it. And it really makes me wonder who you're looking out for. It makes me think we can't trust you as a nation. You swear to release the Epstein files, but now you're withholding the Epstein files. You claim that you have a suspect in a serious assassination. Whoops, then you don't have a suspect. You know nothing about plans to remove FBI agents, yet you're directly involved in those plans. In the words of an ex-FBI official, you are overseeing, and I quote, generational destruction of the nation's premier law enforcement agency. Mr. Patel, in just 8 months, you have assaulted the institutional integrity of the FBI. But I know FBI field agents. I've worked with them in Newark. No matter how truly bad you are, you can't undermine the legacy of agents who fight every day to keep us safe, but you can tarnish the integrity of the agency and undermine the agency's capacity. I believe you're failing as a leader, and that your failure does have serious implications for the safety and security of Americans and our families. We're more vulnerable to domestic and foreign attack because of your failures of leadership. I don't think you're fit to hand the Bureau, but here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing.
Dang.
Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is
I
my
follow
time.
you on your social media posts, that
It is
tear
my
this country
time
apart.
to
There
address
should be a
your
unifying-
falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this
to
country.
not take
It is my
responsibility
time.
for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making a
time is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what
you
my
tell-
time is.
Senator-
You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my
you
time's over?
You may be the charge of the
I'm
FBI.
not going anywhere.
But I am not afraid of you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Senator Booker, I announced at the beginning of this meeting that this back and forth talking over each other doesn't work. And I said, if that happened, I asked Patel not to respond, and I was going to give him some time after the senator's time was up to respond. And he has the privilege to do that uninterrupted.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
go-
one point of
Go
order.
ahead, Mr.
I've
Patel.
watched him talk over us, and you've never once criticized him for us not even being able to get our questions out.
Well,
he has been rude and disrespectful to senator after senator.
And when the senators were not giving him a chance to answer, I didn't stop the senator either. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the FBI, under my 7-month leadership, were failing this administration in this country, why do we have 23,000 violent felons arrested this year alone? A 200, a double increase from that time last year. Why is it that we have seized 6,000 weapons? Why have we found 1,500 child predators and arrest them? Why have we have 300 human traffickers in jail? Why have we found and identified 4,700 children? Why have we seized 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl in enough to kill a third of the American public, a 25% increase alone from last year, 88,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, 7,000 kilograms of meth seized, and that's just on our criminal operations in summer heat. How is it possible that we're taking 8 kilograms off the streets of the cities in New Jersey and preventing the deaths of 607,000 people this year alone, a failure of the FBI and my leadership? How is it that we have counterintelligence arrests already this year exceeding the numbers from the
That's the thing. Who cares about that? When it comes to this Epstein shit, who cares about your accolades and your achievements when it comes to shit? Who cares about that? We talking about Epstein and the shit that was involved with child being trafficked and sex trafficking and all that. What do those achievements that you're talking about has anything to do with the Epstein shit? Right? Who gives a shit that you might have cleaned some shit up or did some other things, but that's not what we talking about. We talking about the Epstein shit. That's why Cash Patel full of shit. He try to use his achievements as a scapegoat to escape away from that, about this Epstein shit. This guy is a clown, man. This guy is a clown. And that shows you right there that he's been compromised even by trying to deflect. He really just tried to deflect. This guy.
of last year, 33% increase in
Right,
PRC.
right, exactly, DJ Charlie. That's your job to do that. Right. He's talking about shit he's supposed to be doing that, right? But he also was supposed to be locking up people that was part of the Epstein, the whole Epstein files.
83% in Russia, 60% in the CI space as it relates to Iran, and we haven't even talked about CT, the southern border, the northern border.
Before
Who gives
Senator Cruz,
hell Cash Patel talking about? Who gives a shit? There's some more of this
I kind of feel like a broken record today. All this interest in FBI termination, yet my colleagues showed no intent or interest in.
Well, during your confirmation hearing, you made several important commitments. For instance, you told Senator Coons there will be no politicization at the FBI. There'll be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director. So let me ask you very specifically, did you ever take any action to terminate or discipline an FBI agent or employee in whole or in part as retribution for being part of an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
No.
You also committed, you assured Senator Blumenthal, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. So you're testifying today that you played no role
Right,
in the
so
firing of
work,
even a single FBI agent for political retribution?
None for political retribution.
And if any FBI agent said you did, they would be lying. Is that your testimony?
I'm only speaking to my actions. Everybody is allowed to make their allegations.
Oh,
I
no,
have
these are
not-
allegations against you.
And
So,
I'm,
Mr. Patel, if FBI, senior FBI agents or employees said that you were firing them for political retribution reasons because of the cases they were assigned, you're saying they would be lying. Is that your
anyone that
testimony?
was terminated at the FBI was done so for failing to meet the standards, uphold their constitutional oath, and effectuate the mission.
Well, by meet the standards, are you talking about meet the standards of protecting the president under any circumstance?
No.
You also guaranteed Senator Blumenthal that every FBI employee will be held to the same, absolute same standard. No one will be terminated for case assignments. Are you testifying today that you never terminated anyone at the FBI in whole or in part because of a prior case assignment?
No one at the FBI is terminated for case assignments alone.
Well, I'm asking about you, Mr. Patel. Did you in whole or in part terminate anyone at the FBI because they worked on the Trump investigation or because they worked on January 6th?
No one at the FBI has been terminated for case assignments alone.
Okay, you're saying alone. Does that mean they were terminated in part because they were assigned to a January 6th case or assigned to the Mar-a-Lago case? You're being very precise here, Mr. Patel. You're saying alone. That means they were fired in part because they were assigned those cases. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. But if you want to keep
Okay,
putting words
well,
in my mouth,
then
go
let me
ahead.
ask you, let's strip away the word alone. Did you terminate or participate in any discipline of any FBI employee in whole or in part because of their work on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th? Yes or no?
Any terminations at the FBI by employees.
No, I'm
since
asking you a very specific
And I'm
question.
going to answer the question, but you don't like the answer because it's the
No,
truth and
I
it guts
want
your
an answer to my
narrative.
question. I don't want an answer to someone else's question. So let me just be precise, and I asked for a yes or no answer. Did you ever terminate or discipline an FBI employee in whole or in part because they had been assigned or worked on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
FBI
Yes or no?
employees are only terminated
Yes
if
or
they
no,
fail
Mr.
to
Patel?
uphold their oaths of
Yes or
office
no?
and duty.
You're not
at the
answering my
FBI
question.
I
You're
don't
not
have to
answering my
answer your question yes or no because you're setting up a trap so you can have
Oh,
a media
no, I'm not
narrative.
setting up a trap.
And I'm not
unless-
giving it to you.
Unless it's true that you fired people.
People
in
have
whole
been
or in part
terminated at
because
the
they-
FBI who failed to uphold
They were
the
assigned
standards
to.
that the FBI requires them to uphold.
Did you tell anyone at the FBI that all FBI employees who they identified who had worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
Say that I would remove people for case assignments?
That you would, that people that were identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs. Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
People are not removed
But
for
just
case
answer my question.
assignments.
Just answer my question. Did you tell that to
People
someone?
are not removed for case
No,
assignments.
you're not
and
answering
I
my
would-
question.
And I would
Mr.
never
Patel,
tell anyone.
Did you tell someone at the FBI that FBI employees identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Yes or no? Did you tell someone that?
I would never tell anyone at the FBI that they're being removed for basically their case assignments.
Okay, so anyone who said that would be lying. Is that your testimony?
Anyone can say whatever they want.
No, I know, but you're saying they were a liar.
I'm telling you what I said.
Because this is in the complaint against you, Mr. Patel. So you're saying Mr. Driscoll and others are liars?
I'm not going to address the complaint in the ongoing
Okay, well then let me ask you, have you ever told anyone at the FBI that the FBI tried to put the president in jail and he hasn't forgotten it, and that your job depended on the removal of agents who worked on cases against the president?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone that you knew these summary firings you were undertaking were illegal, likely illegal, and that you would be sued and later deposed? Did you ever tell anyone that?
No firings at the FBI or terminations were done for anything other than justified
Did you ever
cause.
tell anyone that, Mr.
No,
Patel? Why don't you
no
answer my question?
terminations at the FBI were ever done in my tenure for anything other than failing
Did you
to
ever tell
uphold
anyone
their
that,
oath of
Mr. Patel? You willing to
office
answer
or
the
their-
question?
The FBI.
I guess
I
you're
have
not willing to
answered
answer the
it.
question. So let me move on. Let me move on to the Epstein files. You said you're the most transparent FBI director in history, so I'm going to put you to the test. In 2024, you were asked by Glenn Beck about Epstein's Black Book. And you said, he asked, who has Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book? And you said, Black Book FBI. And he said, but who? That is, I mean, there's, and you said, oh, that's under the direct control of the director of the FBI. That's what you said. Was that true, Mr. Patel?
I'll rely on you quoting it accurately. I did
No.
that a couple
Was
of
it
years
true
ago.
what you represented to Mr. Beck and the president's supporters out there, or were you lying?
No.
Was it true that the Black Book, Epstein's Black Book, was in the possession of the FBI director?
The Black Book was in the possession of the FBI.
Okay, so now that you're the FBI director, you have possession of the Black Book, right?
That index has been released.
So you have Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book?
What is known as Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book has been released by us.
And you released it. And let me follow up on Senator Kennedy's question, because he asked you, and I'll be very precise here. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself? And you said himself. There's no credible information, none. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And Kennedy, the information we have again is limited. And Senator Kennedy said the answer is no one. And you said for the information we have. So is it your testimony today that in all the Epstein files, that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked no one to anyone but himself? Is that your testimony, Mr.
I never
Patel?
said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone else.
Did he traffic any young woman to someone other than himself? That was Mr. Kennedy's question,
And I
Senator Kennedy's
said
question.
the information that 3 administrations have had access to
I'm
have
asking
made
you-
determinations that there are no investigative leads that were credible to prosecute and investigate
No,
any
this
others.
guy-
I'm
Well,
specifically
I'm asking
stating
you whether
we
it's
were
your
working on.
testimony today.
Well, you just read
that
it, and I said it 10 minutes ago, so let the record reflect my
I
testimony.
just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding, because there are victims like Virginia Guifer who have testified otherwise, who have said otherwise. And you're telling the American people today that the Epstein list is a single name and it's Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we're to believe?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. And
Well,
you
let
can
me-
say
let me
whatever
ask
you
Let me
want.
ask you this. When Todd Blanche went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, she said, but did I think these guys were coming for that? I really don't. If you met Epstein, there's no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, and some are in your cabinet, who you value as your co-workers, and you know would be with him if he was a creep or because they wanted sexual favors. A man wants sexual favors, he will find out. They didn't have to come to Epstein for that. And the next question Todd Blanche, the president's former criminal defense lawyer, asked is not who in the cabinet, who are you referring to? His question is, so when's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage? So let me ask you, who are those cabinet members that Ghislaine Maxwell was referring to that were part of this cast of characters associated with Mr. Epstein? Who are they?
The Deputy Attorney General took the aggressive step that no one else did and interviewed Miss Maxwell for
No, I'm
2
asking you,
days,
who are
and we released
who are
the
the cabinet
entirety
members?
of that
Who are the cabinet
transcript.
members?
I do not have that transcript in front of me. You're picking it piecemeal. The American
And-
public can read the
Let me ask
entirety
you
of that.
one last question, because you clearly won't tell us the cabinet members associated with Mr. Epstein. Let me ask you one last question. And that is, right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender like herself. Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in
prisons.
The Bureau of Prisons decided on their own, without any consultation with Blanche or anyone else, that they were going to suddenly, after this interview, completely unrelated to this interview, completely unrelated to anything she said, move her to a prison not suitable for a sex offender. You want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements
Oh,
of
you're not in
inmates.
the weeds?
What I am
The
doing is
most-
protecting
the
this country,
most- the
providing
most
historic
significant
reform
witness-
and
the most
combating the
significant witness,
weaponization of
the
intelligence
Epstein
by the likes
files
of you.
cover-up
And we have
gets
countlessly proven you to
from
be a
your
liar in
administration,
Russiagate, in
and you
January
call that
6th.
being
You are
in
the
the
biggest
weeds?
fraud to ever sit in the
This
United States
stinks to
Senate.
high
You are a
heaven.
disgrace to this
This stinks to high
institution
heaven.
and an utter
And
coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not
And I'm
surprised
not
that you continue to
surprised
lie
that
from your
that
perch and put on a show
two of you
so you can go
of you
raise money for your
and for good
charade.
reason.
You are a political buffoon at best.
Well, you can take an internet troll.
Take
make-
it to
you
the
can take
bank
an
that the
internet-
FBI is
you can
protecting this
make an
country
internet troll,
and the state and
the FBI
citizens of the
director
California.
will
We are
always
bringing
have nothing more
historic
than an
reform.
internet
Point of
troll.
order. But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
You said
take
I'm the
control
most
of the
transparent
situation.
FBI director in history.
Take control of the
33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
Both of you be quiet. Before I go to Senator Tillis, without objection, want to introduce into the record the Durham Annex. The Durham Annex is a declassified appendix to John Durham's report about Crossfire Hurricane. The Durham Annex contains information exposing a reported Clinton campaign plan to falsely tie President Trump to Russia. For years, I've fought to assemble and publicize all the facts heretofore unknown surrounding Durham's investigation, Crossfire Hurricane, and related matters. The Durham Annex was declassified large part because of Director Patel. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Patel. Thank you for being here. I've actually admired the way you've tried to keep your composure over the course of this. Kind of reminds me of an old Far Side comic that said,
Damn, this fucking Cash Patel dumbass. Let me play this one. Hold on. Let's continue to cover up. Hold on.
In the FBI, you had very strong opinions about what the FBI was hiding regarding Jeffrey Epstein. In a September 2023 interview with Glenn Beck, you said the black book is under the, quote, direct control of the director of the FBI.
Right.
In December
right,
2023, you
they
said,
got put in
let us know
position.
who the pedophiles are. For a short time after becoming FBI director, in February of 2025, you tweeted, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned.
And he changed
In
his
June,
tune
you
as soon as he got
told
put in
Joe
position.
Rogan, quote, we've reviewed all the information. We're going to give you every single thing we have and can. But then suddenly in July, everything changed. You and Attorney General Pam Bondi released one video and said that there was nothing more to see. Your July memo says you uncovered more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, but that you had decided no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. That is a quote. I think what happened, Mr. Patel, is that suddenly you discovered that Donald Trump's name was all over these files, and you started a giant cover-up. So you are under oath, Mr. Patel. You just testified to Mr. Swalwell that you did not speak to the president about the Epstein files. To your knowledge, did Attorney General Pam Bondi speak to the president about what was in the Epstein files?
I can't speak for Attorney General Pam Bondi.
So to your knowledge, you don't have any information. The question was, do you have any knowledge? Do you have any knowledge?
I can't speak.
You are
for the
refusing to
Attorney
answer the
General,
question. So
Pam
let me
Bondi.
tell you that the Wall Street Journal reported that in May, Bondi told Trump that he was in the Epstein files, and at the same meeting said that the DOJ did not plan to release the files. Yesterday, you testified to Senator Kennedy that there was, quote, no credible information that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone else, and that you have, quote, continuously and publicly asked the public to come forward with more information and we'll look into it. Today, in response to Mr. Massey's question, you appear to say that the survivors were not credible. These are survivors.
That's not at all what I said.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you this in a second, but let me tell you about
then
the
don't lie about
survivors
me.
and let's bring them up here into the room. These are women who came to the Hill and testified that they were groomed and raped at the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims. Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the public to submit any information, why have you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
My job as the FBI director is to
Is the
invite all
answer yes or
investigative
no
leads.
to whether or not you met with these women who were sexually abused and raped?
Any insinuation by you or any
What
people
is
on
the
your
answer?
side that I am not manhunting child predators and sex traffickers, just look at the
Mr.
stats.
Patel,
And you talk
Mr.
about
Chairman,
cover-up. Man,
Mr. Chairman,
you
this
talk
is
about
my time,
cover-ups.
and I will take
Why
as much
did you-
time as I
Where were
want.
you during the
Instruct
Obama
the
and
witness,
Biden
Mr.
administrations when these so-called
Instruct the
cover-ups were
witness.
going on?
Mr.
Why didn't
Chairman.
anyone in those administrations talk to any of these
Mr.
purported
Chairman.
witnesses?
Let's
I
get
have
some regular
welcomed
order, Mr.
every
Chairman.
single person to provide credible information.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Washington.
And I'm
When
gonna
you-
take
when
another
you
couple
accuse
of
the
minutes.
witness of something, he's allowed to respond. That's how it works. You say
Listen, he
something,
didn't even, excuse me,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman, you have
point
always
of
been
order.
fair, but
I'm-
this is
and I'm
not
being
fair.
fair, and you will get
No,
your-
this
you will
is
get your
my
time.
time, and he
You will give the
said that
gentlelady
the
and a few
witnesses
additional
were not credible.
seconds of time.
I'm going to get an additional minute of time because
No,
that's
you'll
how
get
much
what
time
you
he
won't get a
took.
minute. You'll get some seconds. What we think is under 5 minutes. You don't get to demand how
Mr.
much time you
Patel.
get. That's not how it works.
Mr. Patel, are the victims of the Jeffrey Epstein horrific trafficking ring, are they credible?
Any person with information about ongoing sexual trafficking.
I'm asking you if they're credible.
Ma'am, I'm
Are they
commenting on the
credible?
evidence we have.
But
And we have routinely asked for people to come forward with more evidence and we will look at
Mr.
it. And the evidence that we have was the same evidence that the Biden and
Patel,
Obama Justice Departments
Mr.
had.
Patel,
And they
this is
determined, not
new.
me, they determined that that
Chairman,
information was not
Mr.
credible.
Chairman, he's not letting me even ask my questions.
You
This is
ask the
ridiculous.
questions, he gives an answer. You may not like what he says,
No,
but that
I'm
doesn't mean you get to
asking, he's not
interrupt him.
answering my question.
Mr. Chairman, could we
haven't-
restore the gentlelady 45 seconds so she can?
will give
complete
for
her
an additional 30 seconds, which is what I said
I'm
earlier.
going to keep taking my time
No,
because
you'll take
here's
the
the
time
thing.
that you get.
You
get
are
30
not
seconds.
answering the question. The question is,
I have, you just don't like the
these
answer.
women, are these women credible? It's a yes or no answer.
I have answered the question.
Well,
and I
what is
keep
the
telling
answer?
you, I'm the only FBI director that has welcomed new information in this case. This
You're not-
administration is the only one that has welcomed any new information in this
Is there
case.
a yes or no to
Present
whether the
new
victims
credible
are
information.
credible?
Present new
Are
information.
the victims credible or not?
I'll tell you what happened in the last Trump
Are they
administration.
credible or not? You can't even
Victims
say.
credibly came forward. And you know what happened? President Trump authorized the indictments
President
of Jeffrey
Trump
Epstein.
called them
Not Biden,
a hoax.
not Obama.
President Trump
no one
called
else.
the entire thing a Democratic hoax. So I would like to ask
The
you
gentlelady's
if
time has
you
expired.
will
I gave her
meet-
the additional
if
45
you-
seconds she
if you
requested.
will
The
meet-
gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from
Mr.
New
Chairman,
Jersey is
I would like
recognized
to
for his
ask if
5
you would
minutes.
meet with the women who were sexually
Time does not
abused
belong.
and raped and
Time
groomed
does
at
not
the
belong
ages
to the
of
gentlelady from
14
Washington.
and
The time now
16 years
belongs-
old. Are you
Time-
going to cover up?
No, I'm
Are
not
you
gonna-
going to
I'm
continue
gonna
to
recognize
cover
the
up
gentleman
for
from
the
New Jersey
rich
for
and
his 5 minutes.
powerful men, including those that might be on this committee?
I can yell
Or
too,
are
Mr.
you
Chairman,
going
but I don't want to
to
yell
allow
above
them
this.
to
The time
testify?
belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. I
Are you
appreciate
going
the
to allow
gentlelady
them to
yielding back.
testify, Mr. Patel?
Go ahead.
Will you allow them to testify to you, Mr. Patel?
Mr. Patel, thank you for being here. I know it's been an interesting and difficult 2 days. And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot of other issues that affect the FBI, but I have to say a few words. I've sat here, I've listened to this, I've watched it, and my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel, all of a sudden. Where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they the year before that? Where was the last president in any of this? All I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the plea deal, and some people signed on to that. Most of the truth, the real truth, let's be honest, let's be intellectually honest. The real truth is we didn't hear from them at all. Anybody of them. Hardly any of them ever mentioned it. Some of them didn't mention it at all until the beginning of this year. Earlier in the year it started. Not one Democrat asked Director Wray. We all remember Director Wray was here. Not once, not twice, multiple times. Nobody asked Director Wray about Epstein before this committee. Nobody was that concerned. Where was the concern for the victims then? Where was the moral righteousness then? Where was the outrage then? Where was the sense of duty then? Where was the desire for accountability then? Where was the urgency for justice then? Most of all, where the hell was the integrity then? You know what the truth is. Let's just say it, man. Tell the truth time. The truth is, it's politically useful for them to try to do this now, even though they didn't give a damn about it in the past. And you know what? That's an insult to the victims, and that's an insult to America. Continue to do the work you're doing. Continue to uncover what needs to be uncovered. One real quick thing before I say anything to 9/11. We know that was mishandled by the past director and by the past FBIs. There are family members here. There are family members who are concerned. God Almighty, we want to get to the truth of that. I ask you, please, to meet with them, to talk to them, and to investigate this with truth. In the Biden administration, we went through a very dark and difficult period of time. The FBI trust was broken with the people. Catholics were, this is the stuff we've been talking about, were labeled radical threats for praying in their churches with their rosaries. Parents at school boards were called terrorists for standing up for their children. Hindu holy men in New Jersey. We have the largest Hindu temple in the world. They were attacked. They were put up against the wall with guns to their heads. So it isn't just a Catholic or Christian thing. American Jews were targeted in colleges and universities, and a lot of folks in the FBI, in the past FBI, not this one, didn't give a damn. We can't go back to targeting religion. We can't go back to silencing free speech. The Biden administration did that. So I got questions for you. Hopefully thoughtful questions that you can answer for us in a thoughtful way. How is this FBI now, under your leadership, how are we restoring trust for Catholics, for Hindus, for Jews, for parents, for all the other, for just American people that were targeted by FISA because they had a different viewpoint? How are we restoring that trust in the FBI?
Multiple ways, sir. One, and maybe most importantly, is through transparency and providing the American public with the material so they can see, read it themselves as to what the abuses were in the past, whether it relates to the Catholic memo or the Hindu incident you talked about at the largest temple in North America. Any institution of faith and any member of faith will not be investigated by this FBI because they are men and women of faith ever, period.
And nor should they. Nor should they. I don't mean to interrupt you, but my God, of all the amendments to the freedom of speech, freedom to believe in what you want to believe in, I know you're standing up for that. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. Sorry.
Okay. The Richmond memo was driven by a reliance on sources. The Southern Poverty Law Center, the words sound nice, but the organization's not so nice. And we've seen the Anti-Defamation League distort data that counts as violence. Have you been able to identify and eliminate these kinds of partisan sources? We welcome all sources, but we want objectivity and neutrality and decency in the way we report all this. Have you been able to uncover any information there? How do we make sure our sources are good in the future?
We have reviewed the source processes that infiltrate any institutions of faith, and they will no longer be going into institutions of faith. They will be directed towards criminal activity and protecting the homeland, the two most important missions the FBI has, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Good. And I'll say this, there was a lot of bull today, a lot of you know what, and I'm not going to say it because I respect the institution so much going on around here. Continue to do the work of the people. You are here for that reason. The administration is here for that reason. It was weaponized and politicized, the FBI in the past. I hope to God we never, ever see that again. One of the darkest parts of American history. Thank you, Mr. Patel. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have some unanimous consent.
The lady from
requests.
Washington is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled "Justice Department Told Trump in May That His Name is Among Many in the Epstein Files."
Without objection.
I have another one that is a July 2025 article by the New York Times entitled "How a Frantic Scouring of the Epstein Files Consumed the Justice Department," stating that DOJ and FBI employees reviewing the Epstein files were instructed to flag any mentions of Trump and other celebrities.
Without objection.
And I have another unanimous consent request to enter into the record an August 2025 article by The Guardian entitled "Ghislaine Maxwell Hinted at Epstein's Ties to Trump Officials. Why Wasn't She Pressed for Names?" stating that Maxwell told Deputy U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche that some of the, quote, cast of characters around Epstein are in Trump's cabinet.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Patel, for coming before us to testify today. I am concerned by your repeated claims that you're not able to disclose anything further about the Epstein investigation and files, and that there's no evidence of a broader conspiracy or other people who should be charged, because the American people aren't buying that you've been transparent or that there's nothing further to be seen. In your exchange with my colleague, Mr. Roy, you reiterated something that I heard you say yesterday in your Senate testimony, and that is, under your direction, the FBI will always follow the money. Is that right?
The money, did you say? Yes.
Yes, you said you'll follow the money. That's great. And just now you said you welcome the opportunity to investigate new evidence. So there has been significant recent reporting just in the last couple of weeks that after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, 4 major banks flagged more than $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions connected to him that suggested a massive conspiracy related to his child sex trafficking activities. Director Patel, has the FBI reviewed the $1.5 billion in suspicious bank transactions flagged to the government relating to Epstein and his co-conspirators?
I know the FBI has reviewed numerous SARs. I don't know the totality of that number.
Okay, can you provide us with that number?
I'll get back to you.
Okay. And have you initiated any new investigation of those bank transactions since, say, September 8th, when the new reporting came out?
I'll check with the Treasury Department because they're the lead on that.
Okay, so Director Patel, how many individuals or entities has the FBI interviewed, subpoenaed, or compelled to testify? Can you give us those numbers with respect to these bank transactions?
Not off the top of my head. I'll have to work with Treasury.
Okay. We're concerned, you see, because you say you're going after child predators, but
We are.
obviously this is how you follow the money, is if you follow the bank transactions that apparently enabled the child sex trafficking. Would you agree?
It's one of the valuable investigative tools is to follow the money.
Okay. Have Jeffrey Epstein's victims have asked us to ask you whether or not you've investigated Epstein's lawyers, the lawyers who facilitated those payments. Have you subpoenaed or questioned any of those lawyers?
So in 2018 and 19, what I recollect is many, if not every one of those lawyers was part of the investigation.
But you weren't there at that time,
I wasn't
right?
there.
Okay. So can you get us the names and the numbers of who was investigated then with respect to those lawyers?
As long as I'm allowed to release it, absolutely.
Okay. Well, if we provide you with subpoenas, I assume you can release it. Is that right?
We have a current subpoena and we're working with Congress to provide it.
You've said that the Acosta investigation had an original sin. What do you mean by that?
Basically, if you're looking at an actual pedophile ring, what you should not do is limit the time frame in which you're legally able to collect information. So search warrants that Mr. Acosta utilized in 2006 and 7 leading to the 2008 plea agreement had a very specific narrow window of years, I think 3 or 4 years. And so information pursuant to legal process wasn't collected for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. It also, subpoenas were not sent out to hundreds of witnesses at the time, hundreds of victims at the time. None of that was done. None of these people were put in grand juries. And so the totality of information from the jump, instead of being this big, was like this. And that, in my opinion, is not how you run an investigation if you're trying to break a sex trafficking ring.
So you're now in charge of the FBI. Why haven't you done that investigation?
Great question. And here's the answer. Simply because I am not able to go back 20 years and collect information that the courts had decided was already subject to search warrants. They have said this was in the investigation. There's a non-prosecution agreement out of that plea. And when the case was reopened, and this is where it comes into play, when the case was reopened in 2018 and 2019, the search warrants, again, were limited to the conduct of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's a different discussion. But I'm telling you, that's the information
well,
we
I think that
reviewed.
is a different discussion. And I think the discussion we'd like to have today is why you aren't following the money with respect to the broader conspiracy that it has been reported in the New York Times and elsewhere. And that if you really want to attack the issue, if you wanted to attack the issue, if you wanted to get to the bottom of it, if you wanted to disclose what really was involved in the Epstein files, the Epstein cover-up, that you would be taking very different actions that you are today. I do want to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the New York Times September 8th, 2025 article, How JP Morgan Enabled the Crimes of Jeffrey Epstein.
Objection.
And also an article dated July 17th, 2025 in the Epstein case, Follow the Money.
Objection.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you much. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena the CEOs of 4 banks, JP Morgan, that's Jamie Dimon, Bank of New York Mellon, Robin Vince, Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, and Deutsche Bank, Christian Sowing, in order to get the suspicious transaction reports. These 4 banks have flagged to the government $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions related to the sex trafficking crimes and conspiracy of Epstein, Maxwell, and all of their collaborators. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, we got the SARS reports for Hunter Biden totaling around $20 million. And so these $1.5 billion in SARS reports we should get, especially since the director doesn't seem to be forthcoming. And I request that we do this immediately.
I think the director's been very forthcoming. We will hold any motion to subpoena in abeyance until the questions recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files? Did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon? Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Twice.
Bondi.
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question
Attorney General
that I
can
would
respond to your
like you
question.
to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't
It is
like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't
a
she ask
question.
Merrick Garland this?
I'm
twice
reclaiming
when
my
he sat in
time, and when
chair?
I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's
I'm
reclaimed her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
What a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you
Chairman.
restore her time? The witness
I'm
is
not gonna
interrupted.
get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my time.
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy,
The
Todd
time
Blanche,
of the-
met alone
time of the
with
gentlelady
Ghislaine
has-
Maxwell
the time of the
and
gentlelady has
transferred her
expired.
to a minimum security prison. And now you continue
The
the
time of the
cover-up. And
gentlelady
I
has
wish
expired.
that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
Chair now
to them
recognizes the
on
chair.
what you have done.
Time of the
I
gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for a unanimous consent.
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening
Not
Lies
object.
About His Life." I also would like to
Objection.
submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading
objection.
ICE Assassin Claim." One more. The last submission request is a New York Times article titled "FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns."
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was
and
not
I'm
transferred to
claiming
a
my time.
lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the
Okay.
clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule
And
she needs to
I'm
understand
glad
here.
that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
But
we're
I
not
want you to
agreeing,
know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a
questions.
subway.
Right, and I absolutely—
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues, but we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing, and her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison? Yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with you, but you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about her
murdered
all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but
offender
I am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid
obsessed
for.
with attack.
Time belongs-
So
time belongs to
I
the man.
want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
It's embarrassing.
have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family.
Or the minority had an hour. We will break for 10 minutes, then the majority will go back for our second hour, which will be the third total hour. That might be the halfway point. After that, that's yet to be determined. But just wanted to mention something because I know there's a lot of obsession about President Trump from the media, a lot of curiosity about President Trump from the media. I want to make a statement because they'll probably not mention this when they come out here. Ranking Member Garcia asked President Clinton, quote, should President Trump be called to answer questions from this committee? And President Clinton said, that's for you to decide. And the president went on to say that the president, Trump, has never said anything to me to make me think he was involved. And he meant with Epstein. So just, I know there's a lot of curiosity about President Trump. I thought that was an interesting thing that President Clinton said. So I'll let the Democrats have the podium and they can answer your questions, but we'll come back at the conclusion, the majority will, and we'll answer all your questions. Thank you.
So they basically asked if Clinton should Trump be doing a deposition as well. He said he leaving that up to them to decide. Like, y'all act like y'all, what's going on? I guess we're getting some more updates, y'all.
President Clinton, in his opening, made the most important statement. No one is above the law. And he made it clear that it was perfectly appropriate for the committee to call him and ask him tough questions about what happened. He also made it clear that it was totally inappropriate for this committee to call Secretary Clinton. That's why personally I didn't even show up yesterday. I thought it was outrageous the way they treated Secretary Clinton. She has nothing to do with this. But President Clinton answered the questions. I think you'll see when we have the deposition that our side that put the survivors first. We had our members, our lawyers ask questions to get the basic facts and asked difficult questions, and the president answered. And it was civil, and he set the tone, in my view, for the precedent that President Trump needs to now come and answer these questions, that Howard Lutnick needs to answer these questions, that other people part of the Epstein class who've been in these files need to come before this committee and ask these questions. And then that's the only way we're going to have accountability and healing. Now I'll turn it over to our ranking member Garcia.
I'm just going to introduce folks. I'll make some comments at the end. I'm going to introduce other members. First we have is Congresswoman Emily Randall.
Thank you. As you heard, President Clinton in his opening statement said that America was built on the idea that no person is above the law, even presidents, especially presidents. And the Democratic members of the Oversight Committee feel the same. No one is above the law, and anyone with knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes should absolutely come before the committee to give testimony about what they saw or did, who was there, who was involved. Survivors like Charlene Richard, who is my State of the Union guest, deserve the accountability and the truth. The American people deserve accountability and truth. That means a complete release of the files and cooperation, not obstruction, from Pam Bondi. And it means testimony on the record from anyone with information, whether that's Howard Lutnick, Bill Gates, Larry Summers, and yes, even and especially Donald Trump.
Congressman Stansbury.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury, and I am deeply proud to represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, where our state has taken action where the federal government has failed. We have reopened an investigation through our state attorney general into the crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein and his associates in New Mexico, as well as passed the first state-level truth commission in this case ever passed in the history of the United States. We will be working very closely to make sure that the state is able to make a full accounting of the crimes in New Mexico. With regards to today's deposition, I want to be clear at the outset that President Clinton, as of today, has not been accused of a crime. There are not public files available that accuse him of a crime, whereas there are publicly available documents that do allege a crime of President Trump. But it is very well established that President Clinton had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and we are treating this investigation extraordinarily seriously. And when you see the recorded deposition, you will see that we asked all of the hard questions centering the survivors, making sure that we get to the bottom of where there are discrepancies in the record, and understanding how not only the crimes that Jeffrey Epstein committed could go on, but why there was a culture that surrounded him wherein the rich and powerful turned a blind eye. And with that, I turn it back to our ranking member.
Hello, everybody. Congressman Maxwell Frost. First off, I just thank you to President Clinton for coming here today to speak with us. Answering these questions has been helpful for us as we will continue this investigation. Donald Trump, as we know, needs to come before this committee. He's been caught in multiple lies as it relates to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I can tell you I've seen unredacted files myself that directly refute his assertion that he kicked out Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago and the reasoning why he did that. Also, walking out of this, I can tell you we all now have a lot of new questions that we have to raise as it relates to the reasoning on why Donald Trump had a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein in the first place. Another thing is that I saw about an hour ago, Donald Trump in a press conference said that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy. Donald Trump has asserted many times that he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes. If he doesn't know anything about Epstein's crimes, how can he know for sure that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy? We have questions for him. And I think what today is showing and what yesterday is showing is, of course, no one's above the law. That includes the President of the United States. And my hope is that our Republican colleagues, as we walk out of here today and go back to D.C., will join us in making sure that we can hear from Howard Lutnick, from Pam Bondi, and from President Trump.
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, representing Arizona's 3rd District. I think today was a historic day for transparency in the United States of America. The fact that we have the former president of the United States, Bill Clinton, under oath, speaking to the Oversight Committee and answering questions in a transparent manner is critical. I look forward to the Republican majority listening to our demands of having the transcripts and the videos unedited of both depositions, today's and yesterday's, released immediately, because the American public deserves to hear and see these answers for themselves. And ultimately, this demonstrates that nobody is above the law. And my top concern at this moment is the ongoing White House cover-up. It is deeply concerning that we are seeing a very coordinated machine from the President of the United States continuously repeating that he has been exonerated. He just repeated that today to members of the Republican Party on the Oversight Committee, repeating that lie as well. There are very credible allegations that have been looked into and investigated by the FBI that the Department of Justice is illegally withholding. Please do not stop asking about this. Why is the DOJ continuing to defy the Epstein Files Transparency Act by refusing to release the full Epstein files, by illegally withholding information, by deleting photos and videos of people like Howard Lutnick? This is unacceptable. Donald Trump must be deposed immediately in front of this committee, as do many senior level officials from this administration.
Congressman Suhas Subramaniam from Virginia. If there was any doubt before today that
Oversight Democrats are treating this investigation in a nonpartisan way. It'll be put to rest when the transcripts come out. We've been asking the former president the hard questions. To his credit, he has answered every single question. He's not taken the Fifth Amendment. He's been actually quite comfortable, and he's actually given very long, deliberate answers to all these questions. And so we appreciate the former president being here today, and we would like to see the current president come before us as well and give the same kind of transparency that President Clinton has given us today. And we're going to continue to demand the release of the files and continue to demand transparency of this administration.
Two quick points. Wesley Bell, Congressman, Missouri's 1st District. First and foremost, President Clinton came here and answered tough questions. I think the victims and survivors, the American public deserve a serious investigation, because thus far what we're seeing from Republicans is a very non-serious, as one of my colleagues referred to it, as a clown show. And having led serious investigations, I can't disagree when we hear members from the other side coming into a deposition with conclusions, get no evidence to support those conclusions, and then announce to the world that these conclusions must be true. That is unprofessional, it's unethical, and at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is get to the bottom of what actually happened so that we can hold any offenders accountable. Democrats are doing that. The president and former First Lady have done that, and now it's time for President Trump to do the exact same thing, under oath, not when you can just make statements randomly on X or Truth Social, but under oath, where your right hand is in the air and there are consequences if you don't tell the truth. And so we're going to continue to push for transparency. We're going to continue to push for justice, because that's what the American people and the survivors deserve. I think I'll just make a couple brief comments, and then I'll answer one or two questions. And then the deposition right now is on a break, and so we'll reconvene. There'll be some additional hours of questioning by both the Democratic side and the Republican side as the afternoon goes on. I want to just reiterate a couple things that have been made, which are important. The first is that we are thankful that President Clinton came in and answered tough questions from both the minority party and the majority party. We also think it's important to note that, and he made some of these statements in his opening statement, he made it clear once again that he does not understand, nor do we, why we spent so much time yesterday grilling Secretary Clinton when she obviously had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein and had never met Jeffrey Epstein. We also want to reiterate, and I want to think it's important for us to know, our call yesterday, because of transparency, it is so important that we continue to release both Secretary Clinton's deposition and President Clinton's deposition. Both of the Clintons are committed to these records getting out as soon as possible, and Oversight Democrats agree. The best way of going forward is for there to be transparency and a full public record, and we're demanding that that record not be edited, but just a full recording of what transpired yesterday and what will continue to transpire today through the course of the day. And finally, let me just also say once again that we have a new precedent in this country where we can now demand president and former presidents to testify in front of the Oversight Committee. So we are once again demanding that now President Trump, who was in the Epstein files almost more than anyone else besides Ghislaine Maxwell, answer our questions. This is not a hoax. He has not been exonerated, and we have serious questions for President Trump. And with that, we'll answer a couple questions. I think the best response to that is for you to view the complete record of what actually he said, which look, we're not going to disclose what was said because that's not in the rules. The Republicans keep breaking the rules, but I think to what Mr. Frost said earlier, there was I think that the President Clinton,
did bring up some additional information about some discussions with President Trump. I think that the way Chairman Comer described it, I don't think is a complete accurate description of what actually was said. So let's release the full transcript so you can get a full record of what actually was said, which brings up some very important new questions about comments that President Trump has actually said in the past. Any other questions? Yes. I think everybody would agree that he's been very cooperative and he's actually answering the questions fairly. I mean, to the best of his ability. He's not taken a pass on pleading the fifth for any questions. He's been very thorough. He's been asked some questions multiple times over. I think you'll see that in the transcript. So he's been very cooperative, and in fact, I don't think he's given any sense that he's been uncomfortable to be there. In fact, I think he's been pretty interested in answering, I think, all the questions of both the Republicans and the Democrats. With that, we're going to wrap up. Everyone's going to break, and then we'll continue. Thank you very much.
Angel, anything you want to say? No, I feel good.
Hey, salut. Pouvez-vous activer le Dijon Washington? Je pense qu'il n'est pas activé. C'est pas activé. Ouais, des erreurs. Et là, tu vois quelque chose, ça? C'est bon? Oui, oui. OK. OK, pas de... C'est bon de jouer parce que là, j'ai 100 volts, c'est erreur. Oui, une conférence de presse. Chef, peux-tu écrire quelque chose comme... Madame Président. What was the name of the chairman? Jane Jane C-O-M-I. Ouais, parfait. Oui, s'il vous plaît, tu envoies ça à la lettre, tu envoies ça, je sais pas qui écrire. Est-ce que tu sais c'est qui le montage? Non, prends ton micro de mandat de peut-être en blanc, et puis donne l'article à droite. Yes. Okay. Is that a bonne? Ok. Ok, appelle-moi, je te laisse voir que ça se passe. Pourquoi j'ai un E à c'est beau. Tu veux voir mon écran en bleu ou en jaune? Ok, check out. Ok, je ne pas brancher assis. Ok, ça marche. Là, je demande je l'ai pour 15 minutes à lui manquer tout ça. Les cotes. Les cotes. L'autre en wide, l'autre côté. Center pour pencher. Comment? Pour de savoir le cerveau, de center. Excuse-moi les yeux, là. Là, je vais envoyer le fil qui arrive. Ça, c'est le point important. Coming, comment? Hein? J'envoie tout ça, c'est leur téléphone.
I know, that's why we passed you that note, but I hear you. We'll do that. I'll talk to Janet. Janet's actually a little bit, so I don't think there'll be an issue. I'll grab her now.
I'll double check with them, but yeah, I have a live thing here. I'm just okay. You're gonna be, you might be pushing it to get to the a little. I guess it's 20 minutes away. I'll check. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead. So I was keeping an eye on. Are they with them or? So you guys are pretty. He's gone. He went back to his view. I'm not sure what he's in, but I got this. Yeah. If you want to talk about that. He does have a president. Salut, c'est vrai. Vous voulez toujours? Ok, je vais presque finir. Ça fait 5 minutes. Ah, attends, je vais le faire. Ok, il y a une moitié. Ok. Parce que ça aurait pu se faire rapport. Ok. Ok. Quand ça coupe, c'est fini, c'est pas là. Parce qu'il répond à cette première question.
You know when they're coming back from time?
No, that was the only time I knew.
You got email saying they're coming?
No, I think there's a lady just
Oh, okay, okay.
but now it's just waiting.
It's 5 o'clock for us.
Yeah, maybe. That was like yesterday.
Yeah, there was. Were you based in New York?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
How about you?
DC.
Nice. What language are you?
Which, French.
French. Are you with the French accent or
Citizen of French.
okay?
Covering the U.S. New York once in a while.
Yeah. Do you like covering New York?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you downtown New York? Or living in New York? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Very nice.
Different pace in DC.
Hmm?
Different pace
I
in
know.
DC. Faster.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back. sure if it was my phone, but I looked at the bottom, the ticker was still scrolling. So it wasn't like stopping maybe. Looks like it was. I don't know if that. I would say about 45 minutes ago when they took us live. I don't know if that's. I just happened to look at it. So I don't know if that's output. I don't know. Or I don't know if it was on TV or maybe it was like something. So I might have put in a streaming accent, or I don't know if it's what I do. Yeah, the only reason why I was thinking, okay, maybe that got on TV was because the ticker was still going. So I just. Yep. It's an artist. Yep. I was watching the return, and during this press conference, the picture stopped with a white circle, but the ticker was still. So I don't know if it was like something in the high vision, like reloading something, or if it's something that came through an app. Like we were seeing an app. Which app were you looking at? Within an app. Where you can watch hair. When you put it on watch. Could have been the TV app. No. It's the regular. The regular. So it wasn't the app that froze. It was the bottom. I get it. So I don't know if it's just high vision or see how well the other networks, they all see how they're kind of worried about you. That's why they're all here. No, we can't distribute in America. U.S. network pool can distribute network. If we can't distribute the stations that are not medical. Well, YouTube used to be affiliate. Look at that. Take a look. Hopefully this is the game. Well, I was not, this was not supposed to be my gig, and just kind of last night. Get what you get. How much longer? Get the PT. But Ricky, you like this? You fill it up. Yeah, I haven't pressed that. I'm gonna I can't believe we're gonna be here all next week. What? No, we're not. You're gonna move this to federal. There is no green. I know. It's called like what is it? Where are you from? I don't even know the numbers. I know how to get there. You're gonna lie. I don't send the mail. You lied right. What is it? 500. But it's not even on Cross. That's why. Well, the real answer is just 500 pearls. You know, Well, he was with you. Is that you? Yeah. Really mine, and then I looked at his and I was like, I was like laughing. I can run the live view and the camera off right now. But you don't need two people to lift that. This thing is like. I can run the camera with the live view. The battery. I don't know. you have a battery for the kid? Yeah. You want a battery in a lot of you? Hey, look at that. Yeah.
You guys just like, why would they not pick you? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. How many minutes do you think? Should I go sit in my car or? Sorry, trying to get exactly. Sorry, you were saying. I predicted in earlier. Would she actually do that? No, would she actually like keep the WFP ballot and lose further? Oh, she can't, like, there's no legal way. Okay. I will be sitting in the state. I think if I get it, it's just I couldn't even write it. I mean, like, presumably, they'll that's I'm just this is whenever you press that button. I did. But I don't have it. Hey, John, how you doing? I'm actually in the district. I work outside Chapel performing. Hey. How you open this back? No. But it's a beautiful day for it, and it has like 8 hours of sun. Oh, push back. No, not this time. Hey, do I have to? Yeah, I have the Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I got it. Basically, thank you. Assumed they were going to. Can I use this? Yeah, throw that.
this, and then I could use it as a post, right? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You have to unlock it first and push down and it'll move.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will.
The what? Yes. Okay. No, I'll come to you. I'll come to you.
Yeah.
I think we have everybody's done. Yeah. Like, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, yeah. I haven't heard of that.
Did you go to any? We had one AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Cheryl.
We'll be in touch.
Only that before they can by themselves. And you can control it remotely. They control from one step, which they're using it for that. And AI controls it, AI watches it. Would they go left? What is not that they go? And they use the but they were remotely doing it from DC. But it takes someone to go there and set up a camera. Well, yes, before somebody, put it together, so once put together, you get on the record. You can put up to 100 cameras at one time. Software really good. Yeah, but you have to know where to put it. You have to show up here. And then put it here. Oh, okay. Did you end up Mike Cheryl? One person controlling like you become not a camera. But it's the same. I'm a sunrise.
and I saw one of the people who gave us this morning leave with the backpack. And I was like, hey, let's do this. Oh, Goldberg left already? I think this Goldberg. She wasn't when they came out. I was saying, right? Is she good? I thought so. No, she was not. No, she's not. Was it Nate? Building. Oh. I thought I would have thought she was a little higher profile. I was just advised that in the physical super. She's got a barber shop. A lot of plastic surgery. It's also before and after. She's also really into working out. Any idea what you're saying? Let's go.
going? The CRT, UTA. What do you think? Right now, Democrats are going to start another round of questioning. When was that supposed to start? Are they behind? No. Right about where they thought they would? No, it goes back and forth. So
Sure.
1 hour Republicans, 1 hour Democrats. And now Democrats are entering into their hour of questioning. Next hour of questioning.
What does the timetable look like? 5, 6, 7?
Right now, there's still questions to go. So
Sure.
the rounds of questioning will continue.
Sorry, did you say Republicans are coming out?
No members are coming.
But the
Democrats are starting
But the
another round.
Republicans aren't coming out after their last round. They're not going to come talk to us.
No members are coming out.
We'll give us a heads up.
I'll give you a heads up. I've been pretty good about that.
You've been
You've
great. That's why I saw you.
I know, and I come out now and set that expectation.
Yeah. So that means we can go to Starbucks, right?
Yes,
At least another hour before. Okay, thank you.
The members come in. I don't know about the Democrats. Can't talk to them.
But they just started questioning.
Yeah. So I don't.
At least an hour.
Organized. What was that?
At least an hour, probably.
I would ballpark that.
About an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. How much did we quit? Got a quick statement.
Now, don't hold me to this if it's something sporadically changes. But right now, that's what I'm.
Okay. Appreciate that. Sounds good. Thanks.
recording before, so usually travel for that, but not paid for like actual business. So on Wednesday, I was part of New York State team. So we had reporters in every state, but I live in Virginia, so I covered Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Virginia. I was just like traveling between those three. And the way that I kind of travel with people is basically like a week on, a week off. So they have like East Coast events and they got Arizona, Nevada. So like, I mean, maybe I guess it's not that from two states like that. But they would, you notice they do like, you know, Western State, like usually like North Carolina, where you would know. I'm gonna be like, that's my favorite. I just like, I feel like you can focus on the newsroom, They do, yeah, but it's like other reporters. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't really. I think it's because there's a there's just like a bunch of things. Oh, I guess it's great.
Yeah, he was just so low with it.
Duh. What did Rose Khanna say? If we have the votes. Did he say that? Okay, I thought you heard that. This is in your feed. Did you get this? Yeah, where'd that come from? Let me say this. I thought you know. How did I miss that? That would be my fifth case. Who said it? Nobody calls it Starbucks. Your second hold. I know. Yeah. It's up. It's literally right here for you. Just get rid of it. Oh. Oh my god. You went to Harvard. You went to Columbia. Come on. Hey, okay. Oh yeah, yeah, I have it. Okay, here. Yeah, there we go. You just screenshot that and send it to me. My number is 718 536. So you want to let's go start with 536 95. Give you what? What do you need a book for? Somebody's smart. Channel the camera mic is on, but the other one.
Left door. Left door. Left door. Yep.
You ready? Okay.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Okay.
or anything else. I'll be Yeah, sure. 37403. Thank you.
2023 plugged in and I'm 2027. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, thank you. Good rolling on this. Ready for the day?
Come on, man.
Yeah, no, it's not. I didn't like. Well, are you talking about them being to get more specific here? Right. That was very well.
That's how you.
They were light on this. They were light on this.
Light on the ice.
I'm not a blind. You don't want to go to me.
I know where you can really like.
Correct. What, Mickey? You know what I have? Mick chocolate. Like, you know, Megan loves that chocolate. Mom has yeah. Tomorrow I think it's banana mixed with cornmeal. I'm not a big fan of food in it. I'll take some. I don't like any of that other shit. And I also don't like cabbage. What do you make at home? Oh no. Oh, yeah. You have a market by you? Oh, yeah. You like that stuff? Oh. I go to a place on Mill Street and great market. It's got Buckley's. You get Buckley's for you. That's $30. Buckley's. Popular in Jamaica, but also in Canada. Come on now. Yeah, the thing is there. I think it's very different. Two Congress people. No legal people.
Johnny, are you still with us? Yeah. I'd love to hear your voice.
Another slice of that pizza. Any cookies?
Yes, I saved some for you.
Not going for that.
I RSVP. Now, I will be there. It's fun.
I just sit and look for things with the joke.
Yeah, it's always Matt's been there for a long time, 25. Jake. Oh, he sits, we'll get back to you. That's Sally from the Times has been there. Living too long. Sally. She's at the White House or off and on. She's at the House. And sometimes I go to the White House. Oh, brother. All right, I'll see you on the next one, man. I'll hit you up about what you asked about. Yeah. Are you out of here? Every now and then I switch between us. Like, where's Jessica? It's always funny when you guys are. She's always in. You guys have always been a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, she got a new weekend producer who I think is like, you know, you get the weekend people who are like, oh, I'm trying to change something, trying to make it different. Yeah. Oh, you know me. I'm like, listen, whatever I can do to get home. No. Good idea. I don't miss. Trust. Good idea. I no longer have to go get my haircut like mid show. I
take a nap. I would go back to my. I'd be back in my apartment. I get back to my apartment like 6:50. Take a nap. Back for 8:30. I could see a young person on TV. All right, see you, brother. See you, man. I was doing great. I was like going. I had a I love being there. I went out to party and then going straight to the although, like, for the last month, it's over, man. You guys stop it. For what? I don't recognize this idea. I think I took mine off because that's what it's like. They're not ready. Yeah, it's funny. French fry. Yeah, for no money in Massachusetts. Snowboard show? Time was in 512. Why did I if only I knew what that meant. So the one end turned up together and my buddies did you play drums? Are you kidding me? I love you. What your blocks. Cool. That's 5:30, but all right. All right. Shut it down. We're out of here. Me? I think so. I think pardon? Oh, you want me to send it to you? I'll send it to you.
I don't like Otter. Otter. Well, I do like Otter. I think I like Otter. I use both. But Otter, I like it's sync. So that, not sync with my computer. But we have this thing. There's no way. No way to look at it. Like at the office, well, I can use Otter, but like only certain people have possession of Otter. It is AI and it's secure for us. I don't have the license.
About using AI?
So we have a license. We have a license.
Right. It's good. It's real. I like it.
Yeah.
I compared it to my bank.
Do you use the transcript function?
But I collected with the research. I just get it all the time. So that's what I
It's pretty good. I mean, they get names. They're gonna get
yeah.
not a single one. Now, there's no security. I always, every year, I go. We don't have to. You need it. I don't. I have yeah. I was just called. The one that finds out is oh, it's easy. No, I don't think everybody talks well. Everybody's got them now. The women who love the region. Yeah, I know. We're working on getting them booked. Why? We'll figure it out. Yeah, wait, that was not the reason. That's great. Luigi, can you talk to him or? No. Did you know the guy who runs the jail? Oh yeah. Huh? Yeah, that's why I'm not switching out. I'm going. Swapping out? Yeah. It's only one for one. I saw. But you know what? When it says up to 70%, no, I need it to be. I need it to be up to 75%. Up to. Go. My friends are leaving.
Let's go. Fill us in. The Republican members will be out in just a little bit. I'll get a warning like I did every time, but I would expect them out probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that the end?
Democrats are in there round of questioning.
Is that the end, or they've got another round going?
The Democrats are in their round of questioning right now.
Thank you. This guy was going to be done. Do you do it over here? Oh, well, can you go back to
Oh, Micah, yeah.
Coming out any minute.
Okay, yes. Yes. But, just based off of if we hear from him. Yes, it is.
Well, our deposition of former President Clinton has concluded. I want to thank everyone for braving the cold and staying out here. I know it's been a very long day. We believe this was a very productive deposition. I will have to say that President Clinton answered every question or attempted to answer every question. We can talk about some of his answers in more detail. And I'm sure once the video is released and the transcript's released, not only will you, but a lot of people in America will have more questions about some of the answers that were given and where we go from here. But with respect to today, this was a long process. And I want to say this was historical. I believe that in the history of Congress, the two highest ranked officials to ever be deposed by Congress would be President Bill Clinton and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. This is a serious investigation. We will continue to try to get the truth to the American people and justice for the victims. But I think a consistent theme continues to persist throughout all the people that we bring in. Obviously, the government failed the victims. There was justice was not served in Palm Beach when Epstein was first arrested. We're very concerned about that. We still have lots of questions about how Epstein accumulated so much wealth, and we will continue to bring some more people in and try to get answers. I'm going to yield to the other committee members, but every member of the committee participated both days and asked very good questions. Ms. Mays?
Yes, I want to thank President Clinton for being here today. He was here for a very long day. He did attempt to respond to every single question asked, even when his attorneys told him to shut up. He kept, going. I think there's agreement too on everybody who was here on both sides of the aisle that we want to get to the bottom of this, whether Jeffrey Epstein was an intel asset or honeypot operation, sex trafficker, prostitution ringleader, financier of Ponzi schemes, financial crimes, etc. There is an effort, I believe, in a belief that we need to get to the bottom of this because justice was not served in the Southern District of New York. It was not served in Palm Beach, and it certainly hasn't been served for many victims around the world who are victims of this operation. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their questions today. Representative Stansberry had a lot of courageous questions. She showed bravery today. She and I never get along. Sometimes, in fact, can be seen arguing on oversight. But I say that because this is a place that is not partisan. This is a place where the country is seeing Republicans and Democrats work together to figure this out, find the truth, and try to come up with solutions so that when this happens, women are believed, men are prosecuted, their abusers are prosecuted, and justice can be seen and can be done. And I want to thank everyone for their hard work. I think I can't say anything about the questions and answers today or yesterday, but I will comment that I believe you'll see some inconsistencies in some of the responses. I brought that to the forefront this afternoon. Thank you.
I'd like to close by saying that we do intend to follow up and bring in, and I know that that's up to the chairman's discretion, but some of the co-conspirators that were given lesser sentences that were known to have trafficked young girls. Unacceptable. There's a difference between a victim and someone who engaged in prostitution and the trafficking of minors, and that needs to be clarified. I will again hold to the same thing that I said earlier, and that I do believe, and I'm sure some people on this committee also believe, that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset and running some form of a honeypot operation. I do believe that President Clinton, as well as the secretary, were potentially targets of that operation, and we will leave it at that. And I look forward to seeing you all react to the depositions, as I think that this is information that's important and belongs to the American people.
Mr. Langworthy?
I want to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said. I want to salute our chairman, James Comer, for putting together an extremely professional deposition these last 2 days. Factual. This was not a highly partisan event like most of our hearings are.
when we're in Washington. We were there to ask direct questions. I think President Clinton today was quite candid, probably more candid than his attorneys were comfortable with. But I think that this will obviously, when we release the video of this, I mean, you'll have the opportunity to digest it. But we do have to get justice for the victims, because in all of the political food fight of Washington, D.C., what is getting lost is the fact that there are victims that deserve justice.
Depositions like this are important because we need to get answers. We need justice for the victims. Epstein and his associates committed unspeakable evil, and I'm glad that President Clinton and Hillary came out here. What I believe I saw the last 2 days was selective memory. Very good details back into the 90s, and in other times, I don't know, I don't recall. So we have more questions to answer. Thank you.
And we'll answer a couple of questions. Yes.
Can you definitely say that as a result of the former president's deposition, you now have more information that you didn't have before about his sex trafficking ring? And secondly, also as a result of the deposition, will you be opening any new investigations or new inquiries into specific individuals or institutions?
Well, we're going to bring more people in. We're not finished. We didn't want to announce names before today. It was so hard to get the Clintons in. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize losing them. I think we learned some things. We were hoping to get more, but there were many questions, as you will see, hopefully in the next 24 hours when the videos were released, that there were a lot of very specific questions about very specific documents and correspondence that were subpoenaed by that we got from the Department of Justice, as well as the Epstein. Many times the Clintons couldn't recall or didn't know or denied they were pertaining to them. So, but I do think that we picked up some new facts. We asked both Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton where we should go from here as a committee, because we're sincere about trying to get the truth to the American people and hold some bad actors accountable in this. Yes, yes.
24 hours ago, you mentioned you were hoping to have Secretary Clinton's deposition released.
Yeah, we're trying. We've got one employee that does the videography, and he had to do the videography today too. So we're going to try to release those. Yeah. Well, the transcript has to be approved by the attorney. So the video could very likely come out before the transcripts. Once the transcribers were in here, we had a whole team of transcribers. They're going to, put it on paper. Then both sides will get to approve the transcript. Then we'll release it. That's standard rules of deposition. We always do that. We will do that with the videos as quick as we can get them all uploaded and cleaned up, any background noise or anything like that. Then we will release them hopefully in the next 24 hours. Yes, yes.
Chairman, I know you've been asked repeatedly about Secretary Lutnick as well. While this deposition was playing out, President Trump said that Secretary Lutnick would testify. Have you made a decision yet on whether you're going to call him in?
Well, we have a lot of questions about anyone who spent time with Epstein post conviction, the first conviction. I think that's where, and if anyone disagrees, feel free to speak up, but I think that's where most of our concerns are. Once you knew Jeffrey Epstein was a sex offender, why did you continue a relationship? So stay tuned on that.
Why do you think today was more respectful than yesterday? Was President Clinton more cooperative? Respectful both days.
Well,
we were respectful.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can watch the video and say, everybody knows President Clinton. He's got Southern people skills. He's a charming individual, obviously. So, yes, yes.
Hillary Clinton were not accused of any wrongdoing connected to Jeffrey Epstein. After 2 days of asking them very tough questions in that regard, do you still feel the same way, that there's no reason to think that they're connected to any wrongdoing?
Well, they said they weren't. I guess innocent until proven guilty. We're going to go back and look at. The reason Miss Clinton complained about being asked the same question over and over is because we presented different emails, different documents that would suggest that she was close with Epstein and Maxwell, and obviously she denied that. Now we're going to go back and verify that to see if any type of perjury was committed. Chad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump said today that he knew nothing about the Epstein files and he was exonerated. Do you agree that he is exonerated of this matter?
From all the evidence I've seen, he's been exonerated for a long time.
And would that preclude your committee, if that's your position, from your committee calling?
Well, we'll discuss that as we move forward. Obviously, we've got more people to bring in, and we'll see if any new evidence arises. But right now, I haven't seen anything. And if anybody
Can I just say this? The Epstein victims have exonerated President Trump. This is a trope that you guys are, a rabbit hole you guys are going down, but he has been exonerated over and over again by Epstein victims. We need to get all the information on co-conspirators. We still don't even have the names of all the co-conspirators because the Southern District of New York is hiding that information by redacting those names. And so
wait,
he's
just
been
wait, just
exonerated.
real quick. If I can also just add into that.
If that's the case, though, you make the case, the chairman makes the case, but why it was so important to hear in great detail from both Clintons, but why it's not.
If I can just elaborate
Bill
real
Clinton
quick.
was
Hold
on
Nancy,
Epstein's
hold on.
plane 26 flights.
hold
I
on.
mean, he had information with them for hours and hours, lots
Real
of dinners,
quick,
all the
Chad, if I
things.
can just add in President Clinton, and you guys will all be able to hear specifically what he said, reference a 2002-2003 conversation of which he did not feel that President Trump had any wrongdoing in regards to Jeffrey Epstein. It's incredibly important that you guys see through the partisan nature of what has become this entire investigation. It's also important that you guys are reporting the fact that everything that we are seeing in these documents, to include what I presented to both the Secretary and President Clinton, show that Epstein was running an intelligence operation. He was targeting people specifically, and he was intentionally bringing in and using women to traffic in minors and then exposing vulnerabilities for different people. What I will also say is that, like Nancy has said and the chairman, there is nothing that we are seeing where there's criminal involvement or reason to believe that the president has any wrongdoing. And that is why we are not supporting this crazy theory in bringing him into all of this. We appreciate that President Clinton said what he did. And I will say that that has probably been, I guess, the silver lining in all of this.
And I will say Secretary Clinton and President Clinton both offered, I think, suggestions, advice on where this investigation should go based on information they have, things that they've seen, experiences in their positions. And that's helpful to this entire thing. And again, this has been not partisan. We saw really great questions from the Democrat side of the Oversight Committee and the Republican side today. I was very impressed with where this went today.
Nancy, can I ask, when have survivors said to you that President Trump is exonerated?
Yes.
Because they've only ever told me they want to see him questioned.
Nope, I've never heard that from a single victim.
When we met, when the committee, the Republicans and Democrats met with, what were there, 5 or 6 survivors that day? We met with 2 hours, and their attorneys. Of course, the Democrats asked that question numerous times to the victims, and they all said they never saw anything or heard anything that Donald Trump did wrong, never saw him on the island or anything
And
else.
if I can just add in real quickly, also, there was false allegations made against President Clinton. Okay, we are not going to bring in people that were making false allegations against either president. That's not what you do in this. Okay, we're looking for justice, and that's why we're going to be bringing in some of the known co-conspirators that were given plea deals. Okay, that's justice.
Congressman Lunar, you did a great job on that today.
Last question, yes.
You have issues with redactions in the Southern District. Have you raised that concern to the Attorney General?
I have raised my concerns with redaction to the Southern District of New York. They have a letter of the DOJ and the CIA.
My advice to the Department of Justice is release the documents and unredact the names of anyone who wasn't a victim. And I think one of the issues we have, can you be a victim and a victimizer? That's a question that we're going to talk about as we move forward. Now, we look forward to seeing you next week in Washington. We will have further announcements of where we're going with the investigation, but we have 2 more depositions already booked, one with Jeffrey Epstein's accountant and one with Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. So those are forthcoming. We'll probably announce some more people we're going to bring in prior to those depositions. But I think we had a good 2 days in New York City. I appreciate the Clintons being here. Wish it wasn't so hard to get them here, but as often is the case, it was more difficult than it should have been. But thank you all for being here, and we look forward to releasing the video and the transcript as soon as possible. Thank you all.
This way she's coming.
I put one in my glove because I was so cold.
Those are Clinton's.
Right there. Thank you. You're welcome.
Looks like a team probably went all the way, went up the top.
No Democrats coming up, Democrats left.
Did they? Oh, really?
Collins says the Democrats left and they're not coming out.
Oh.
They're not coming, nope, they left.
Oh, good.
Pretty good.
Do what? I feel like they would have had to send us to who?
Congressman, are the Democrats gone?
Right? Like,
Congressman, are the Democrats gone?
I think so. Let me check.
Thank you. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. Democrats have left.
Oh, you need this?
I just got told that they have left.
Okay, thank you so much.
No one else is coming out then?
I think a few of us are going to be waiting for Ubers. We might have a couple of interviews with somebody. Otherwise, we're out. Historic couple of days.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.